What is up, everyone? Welcome back to some more Higurashi. In the previous recording session, we started off episode 4, which is a little mini chapter that details some events that happened years before Keiichi's story. It gives us a bit more backstory into the goings-ons in Hinamizawa prior to Keiichi's arrival. We've been following the story of Akasaka. He's a suit from Tokyo, has been sent to investigate the Guardians, the Onagafuchi Guardians, because they believe they're connected to the kidnapping of the Minister of Something's grandson. And they definitely are. And at first, he thinks he's all smart and cool, the undercover detective. He's got all his shit planned out, and then right before I finished the last recording session, he spoke to the informant, right? And the informant pretty much essentially let him know that, yeah, no, his cover's been blown wide open. They know exactly who the fuck he is. He's got nothing. They're playing him. They got their eyes on him. They know exactly who he is, and they're playing him like a fiddle. And so that's where we immediately pick up. So without further ado, let's jump back into it, shall we? At a restless night's sleep, it did nothing but turn over repeatedly during a night that seemed like it lasted for eternity. Even then, I eventually fell asleep at some point, not realizing how high in the sky the sun had risen. I shook off the urge to go back to sleep. It was then I noticed that the phone was ringing. The time was almost 10:30 in the morning. It was clearly too late for a wake-up call.
Akasaka-san desu. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Waking up to the sound of Oishi's voice was a little too much of a shock. My delicate ears were ringing, but thanks to that shock, I was suddenly wide awake.
どうも。おはようございます。
ひょっとして今お目覚めですか？出張中とはいえ勤務時間には起きないといけませんよ。
まったくです。以後気をつけます。
あなたの眠気をもう一つ覚ましてあげられるかもしれない話。ひなみざわ駐在所から届いた遺失物に興味深いものが混じっていたんです。
Oh?
遺失物。
詳しい話はこちらにいらっしゃってからにしましょう。
It'd have to be, I'm assuming it's something being sent as some kind of warning to Akasaka. I'm trying to think of what it could be. Like, did he leave something behind, or they have like some kind of, they've dug up some kind of dirt, like maybe it's like one of those sneaky pictures that like people like to use as like, yo, blackmail towards other guys, like oh yeah, you think your family's so safe, but look, we got this picture of your family without you even knowing it. We're surrounding them. We got eyes on them. We're surveilling you, right? They take pictures of a dude's family to use as like a threat to be like, look how close we can get. Do you really want to beef with us?
お昼前に来れますか？
いえ、すぐに伺います。
She already knew what my mission was. Since she said it was something that would wake me up, it was hard to believe that it would be irrelevant to me. Honestly speaking, judging by the information from Sato-san yesterday, knowing that my cover was already blown, I couldn't wander to and from Hinamizawa carelessly. In other words, my investigation was at an impasse. There was some information there that could put me back on the trail that would be nothing less than a stroke of good fortune. After vigorously washing my face, I pulled on my jacket and hailed a taxi, heading towards the Okonomiya police station.
おお、来た来た。天才ジャンシ様の到着だ。
遅くなって申し訳ありません。で、一体何が出たんですか？
With absolutely no intention of reminiscing about last night's mahjong game, I pressed him to get to the point. Oishi, anticipating that I would act that way, cut to the chase without any resistance.
先ほども申し上げましたが、今朝ひなみざわの駐在所から遺失物が届きました。
Last times I returned over to the police box were sent to Okonomiya Station after the paperwork was filled out. Oishi pulled out a plastic bag from a drawer and laid its labeled contents on the desk.
財布ですか？
Is it Sato's wallet?
でしょうな。
The informant, right? As like a sign of like, we know he fucking yapped to you, so you know, look how we managed to nab your informant. Do you really want to keep playing these games?
中には小銭はあってもお札はなかった。スリが中身を抜いた後に捨ててったのかな、最初は。
At first. I didn't understand how this wallet, so far removed from Tokyo, could possibly be related to the kidnapping. If I draw Oishi's attention, it'd have to be something dramatic, like if the wallet belonged to the missing grandchild. That would be absurd. Like something that convenient would happen. If that was it, then there would probably be initials written on the wallet. Like the initials of Toshiki Inakai, the minister's grandson. T.I. T.I.? The rapper from Atlanta? That's your grandson? That's insane. Thing like that, at this point, I didn't suppose that this wallet was something that could get Oishi so excited. Oishi, after putting on a pair of disposable plastic gloves, handed me a pair of the same. I didn't feel that this wallet was such an important thing, so I had my doubts about whether there was any point to putting on gloves. However, I didn't want Oishi's intentions to go to waste, so I put them on. Oishi opened up the plastic bag and pulled it out, showing me the back. As I had imagined, there were initials engraved on there. But it was slightly more detailed than what I thought, with Toshiki I marked on it. Oh. Oishi grinned at me with a look on his face that said, "See?" We can't confirm from that this belongs to the minister's grandson, I informed him calmly. This wallet was irrelevant. It was nothing more than Oishi's overeagerness. First of all, there was absolutely no way, in this distant locale, that the missing grandson's wallet would be found with such convenient timing. After all, the Oniguchi Guardians wasn't related to the case in the first place, so there was no way this wallet belonged to the grandson. Why I wanted to decide that that was the case, even I didn't really know. Even though what should have been a top-secret case was leaked before I had even been dispatched. In this situation, how could I say this was definitely unrelated? Would it be more prudent to pay more attention to this wallet? It only been a couple of days since I arrived in Hinamizawa, but in those couple of days, due to the number of remarkable events, my nerves might have become a little, just a little, frayed. Shaking my head slightly, I cleared out of unnecessary thoughts. Oishi opened up the wallet zipper, revealing the contents. Inside was small change and a number of crumpled receipts. Oishi, from that jumble, pulled out a folded card. Seeing that, my heart stopped for a moment. It was a card from a dental examination. The name, Toshiki Inakai, and the age. A perfect match. The dentist's location was in Tokyo. There was no need to explain any further. How far was it from Tokyo to Hinamizawa? It was far enough that taking the bullet trains and cars would still take several hours. Why would a wallet with a dental examination card from Tokyo inside show up in Hinamizawa? Could it belong to a tourist who came from Tokyo? Or maybe a villager on vacation to Tokyo just happened to pay a visit to the dentist? No. I had to have fallen into somebody's bag by accident. In my mind, I desperately struggled to find a possible excuse as to why this wallet didn't belong to Toshiki Inakai. It was as if it just wouldn't do for this wallet to belong to him. However, weeding out any possibility for error by one, the haze surrounding the wallet in front of me faded, gradually letting it come into clear focus.
Ne?
I felt a shiver of electricity run up my spine. My pulse quickened and a thin film of sweat began to coat my entire body. From Oshi's point of view, I was probably slack-jawed and spaced out, with a slovenly look on my face.
この歯科には問い合わせましたか？
そりゃ赤坂さんの仕事でしょ。私はまだそこまでは。
この財布はいつ頃のものでしょうね。
拾ったのは村人です。昨日のことだそうで。
じゃなくて、この財布はいつ頃落ちたものでしょうね。
ここいらに雨があったのはちょうど先週7日前。中身が水にやられた様子はないから、最長で6日前からでしょうね。
この財布の存在は署内で誰が知ってます？
初期対応のひなみざわ駐在所の警官、それから遺失物対応で係が 2,3 人、あとは私とあなた。内緒の事件と関係があったらまずいでしょ。ベラベラとは喋ってないつもりですよ。
電話を借りていいですか？
どうぞどうぞ。外線は0発信から。
I dialed the phone number inscribed on the examination card. I could hear my pulse pounding inside my head. Could there possibly be something so absurd? The addresses on the receipts and cards inside the wallet were all from around the area where the grandson lived. The name on the examination card was also a match. The time we deduced that the wallet had been left behind also matched up with the timeline of the kidnapping. Of course, it was possible I could just laugh it all off as a big pile of coincidences. There wasn't any strong evidence. Rather than all this circumstantial proof, the contents of the phone call I was about to make would have a much greater meaning.
はい、お待たせしました。中川歯科です。
どうも。こちらは沖宮署です。実はお財布の落とし物がありまして、ご協力をいただいても、お財布の中にそちら様の診察カードが入っておりまして、氏名は犬飼俊樹くんです。カードの番号を申し上げますので、電話番号をお調べいただいてもよろしい？ありがとうございます。お願いできますか？
Still holding the receiver, I pulled out a notebook from my breast pocket with my free hand. I opened up to the page with the grandson's address and phone number recorded on it.
どうもすみません。はい。お願いします。
I compared the phone number written in my notebook to the one that was being read out on the other end of the line. During that process, I spun around to look behind me uneasily. I locked eyes with Oishi. Oishi looked puzzled, wondering what the matter was. Why would I feel uneasy and look behind me? That was because the person on the end of the line was reading out the numbers as though doing so straight from my notebook. It seemed that HQ was in quite an uproar thanks to my report. No matter how many times the authenticity of the evidence I had linked to the grandson was called into question, I could only respond that it was the truth. When the lead investigator first picked up the phone, I was grilled about the evidence I'd found that it was almost too good to be true, if I do say so myself. After having doubt after doubt dispelled, he fell into silence. The receiver was finally handed over to the section chief. When he picked it up, the background thrum on the other end of the line disappeared, and I knew that it had gone completely silent. After asking the same questions about the wallet that the lead investigator did, the chief quietly spoke his next words.
わかりました。こちらから何人か増援を送ります。今日の夕方には到着できるで。赤坂君は引き続き現地調査をお願い。財布が発見された地域の情報。加納さんは何人か選んで現地へ直接。
The fact that he was sending Kano, the lead investigator here, meant that the chief had decided there was a possibility that the Onoguchi Guardians were somehow implicit in the kidnapping. However, it felt as though until the lead investigator, whom he trusted, had verified the evidence with his own eyes, he was still going to be skeptical about it.
どうでした？
本庁から増援が出発するそう。私は現地調査を命じられ、財布の落ちていた場所は
高津戸のあたりだそうです。ここが沖宮。ずーっと行ってここがひなみ沢で、さらに上流にぐーっと上がっていくとこの辺が高津戸です。
I should explain where the wallet was found by pointing to locations on the map on the wall. This place called Takatsudo was even more remote than Hinamizawa was.
高津戸界隈はほとんど民家なんかありません。昔の廃村です。無人の家屋が点在するなんとも寂しいあたりですね。
Oh.
大石さん、高津戸へ案内してもらうことはできますか？
構いません。赤坂さんお一人ではなかなか自由にひなみ沢に出入りは無論また野球帽とマスクをしてもらうことになりますが。
To know she had agreed to accompany me was very reassuring. If Sato-san's info was to be believed, my cover had been blown. I wasn't sure if the villagers had realized that the fresh meat dispatched from public safety was the tourist that visited the village yesterday. In other words, me. But deciding that they hadn't noticed would have been overly optimistic. Given a cursory thought, Takatsudo, where the wallet was found, couldn't be ruled out as a hiding spot for the kidnappers. The Takatsudo area didn't have any residential buildings, nor was it alongside a highway. There wasn't a reason for even the locals to go out of their way to visit it. It was exactly what you'd call a long-forgotten ghost town at the end of the road. You couldn't ask for a better place to hold a kidnapped grandson. Also, you couldn't get to Takatsudo without passing through Hinamizawa first. Those several conditions made the area all the more important. I couldn't brush it off any longer. There was no longer any doubt that Onoguchi Guardians, or somebody hired by them, were involved in the kidnapping. If that was the case, then the fact that this wallet was found might have already been leaked to them. They even knew so much as how the Public Safety Division was operating. The case of the wallet couldn't be something they didn't know. In that case, there was a possibility that the enemy was lying in wait. To dive alone into enemy territory, surrounded by enemy territory, to say the least, required an amount of courage, nay, recklessness, that I just did not have.
大石さんの動向がなければ、そうおいそれと踏み込めご協力いただけて、正直なところ、またお金を要求さ。
それは正直を言えば、ひなみ沢な運賃でも弾んでもらいたい気分でも、一緒にタコを囲んだ友人の頼みとあれば。
She grinned as he pounded me on the back. It struck me that he just didn't want to jump ship rather than having any sort of sense of duty towards his job. Even so, that didn't really matter. Right now, I really appreciated the gesture.
早速出してもらえますか？
the enemy knew what the police had obtained, that the police had obtained the wallet, then they would probably have moved the hostage to a different place. There was a moment to lose. But Oishi, without regard to that fact that we were about to head out, began to remove his jacket.
何をしてるんですか？
まあ用心、家中の栗を拾うなら相応の用意が必要と思いましてね。あなたも来ます。
What Oishi pulled from the drawer below the desk was a stab-proof vest. His name was Toshiki Inakai, grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inakai. There was only one reason for him being here. If you didn't include gym or art class, his grades were above average. That was the result of having private tutoring sessions twice a week. If you omitted the fact that he still couldn't do pull-ups, there wasn't much else that would make him hate school. Of course, he understood full well that his grandfather was a cabinet minister, but he also knew that not too many people were that interested in their relationship. He didn't like to go out of his way to bring up his grandfather or to call him the Minister of Construction. And finally, he at least tried to know a little bit more about what kind of work the Minister of Construction did than your average Joe. What that entailed was that when you tried your best to make life for the better for the masses, sometimes you made a few enemies. He knew that all too well from the time he'd spent as class representative. His grandfather had many enemies. He knew that he might personally catch some of that fallout, so he had to be twice as cautious. He was taught that by his parents. That's why, the moment he was kidnapped, he instantly knew that this was one of those occasions. He understood that he wasn't being treated as Toshiki Inakai, the person, but rather as Toshiki Inakai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction. That he wasn't personally at fault, but that this was the result of some unavoidable trouble with his grandfather's work. It made little difference, but when he realized it wasn't because of anything he did, he was able to relax, if only a little. Of course, at first he was struck with the terror of befitting his age, wondering what was going to happen to him. But after a while of being tied up and only being able to stay lying down, he began to ponder a great many things. First, he thought about the reason he was being abducted like this. He understood the answer to that easily. He was taken hostage to coerce his grandfather, the minister. There was no doubt about that. He didn't know exactly what the Minister of Construction did, but it was easy to imagine that there was much to be gained from threatening him. He respected his grandfather more than most. He earnestly believed that his grandfather was within the top 20 of the most important people in Japan. That was exactly why he wouldn't forgive anybody who tried to threaten his beloved grandfather. More importantly, he wouldn't forgive anybody who would use him as a tool to threaten his grandfather. His grandfather was really busy and rarely had time to meet with relatives. That's why, with what little time he did manage to scrape together, he just dropped by unannounced. And, as an apology for not being able to meet during New Year's or summer vacation, he doted on his grandson very, very much. The number of times that Toshiki was looked upon with disregard just because his grandfather was a politician and a minister certainly weren't few. But he never thought even once that he wanted his grandfather to quit being a politician. Because it was his beloved grandfather, he wanted him to continue his career as long as possible from the bottom of his heart. However, Toshiki was now being held hostage, and his grandfather was being threatened. His grandfather, who called him the apple of his eye, was surely suffering. He might do anything to save his grandson. Maybe even putting aside his ideology if it was required to save his grandson. He might cave into the culprit's demands if it meant saving his grandson. When Toshiki thought about that, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. In his current situation, he was unable to forgive the cowards who would make his beloved grandfather suffer by using such dastardly means. That feeling swelled up inside of him, displacing the fear. What he thought of at first was something any boy would imagine. Get out of these bonds, beat up the bad guys, then hand them over to the police. Images of all the brave heroes from all the manga he had read passed through the back of his mind. In his imaginary scenario, he slipped his bonds easily, floating like a butterfly to evade his captors, and stinging like a bee to bring them all down. In the end, it was nothing more than his silly little fantasy, but with his vision obstructed and unable to see anything, it was something that he could get into more than any anime at the moment. In actuality, he was enjoying these little scenarios in his head for the long period of time he was tied up. His captors hadn't really done anything to him that they would feel sorry for. However, eventually he began to grow tired of his fantasies, and more realistic scenarios began to run through his head. It was then he realized that none of them were a solution. Yes, he wanted to do something for his grandfather who was being threatened. That he was being held here to inflict pain on his grandfather was the thing that he could least forgive, and also the most vexing. And then, he noticed. There was a much simpler way he could save his grandfather without having to beat up his despicable captors. That was, to remove himself as a hostage from the hands of these villains. If he was to disappear from here, his captors would have nothing to threaten his grandfather with. The captors had restrained him, but they didn't treat him roughly, and they made sure he was fed well enough. Meaning, at most, he was nothing more than the means for their threat. They weren't looking to bully or kill him out of spite. If he behaved, no ill would befall him. Realizing that gave him a strong sense of courage. And carrying his train of thought this far, he let it run its course to its natural conclusion. Right now, at this moment, Toshiki Inukai had decided to escape. His ears had been stuffed with a sponge-like material acting as makeshift earplugs. However, they didn't actually do much to block out any sound. He could overhear everything his captors were saying. Oh, hell yeah. Realizing that this was to his advantage, even when his captors spoke to him, he acted like he couldn't hear them due to the earplugs. His captors, thinking that he couldn't hear their conversation, talked about all sorts of things without any reservations. Thanks to that, he was able to obtain various pieces of information. First off, this wasn't Tokyo. It seemed that this was quite a distance away, and on top of that, in the countryside, nestled deep in the mountains. It also seemed that his captors were inconvenienced living out here, so he could deduce that this place was far removed from any sort of town. Finally, whenever they went out to buy food or other supplies, they would always take a car. That fact caused him some dismay, because he knew that the method he learned at school of running around blindly while shouting for help wouldn't work here. He paused his little mental escape scenario there. His ultimate goal was to find somebody who would help him. If somebody who fit that description wasn't close by, his chances of escaping successfully grew slim. A desolate, far-off land deep in the mountains. A place where you couldn't even go shopping without using a car. In this situation, escaping would be very difficult. He grew depressed, and after a little while he returned to his original scenario. Imagining becoming a hero like in the manga he read and beating down his captors became his respite. However, as he played those delusions out in his head, his heart, hating to surrender, continued to search for a way to escape. And then, he thought of a way. If the goal was far away, then all he had to do was get closer. His goal, in a nutshell, was to find somebody who would help him. In other words, somebody other than his captors. If he faked being sick, then his captors would have to take him to a hospital, or bring a doctor to him. They would probably be reluctant to do that, but he already knew that the hostage was more important than anything. In the off chance that something happened, like him dying, occurred, they wouldn't be able to threaten anybody anymore. Luckily, he had an experience that would help him fake a serious illness. At the end of last year, he was inadvertently involved in a car accident and had to undergo surgery. The scar from that surgery was still clearly visible on his lower torso. He recalled the pain and suffering from that time. The existence of that experience would make a huge impact on the realism of his performance. He was quite confident in his ability to fake an illness. His captors at first took that as a sign he needed to use the washroom. Untying only his arms, they tried to bring him there while he was still blindfolded. But he didn't try to get up. His hands, now free, only clutched at his abdomen as he writhed in agony. He still had his earplugs in, so he pretended he didn't hear his captors asking the question. He was about to nod, so he hurriedly had to stop himself. His captors looked down on his suffering for him for a bit. One of them proposed a course of action while another laid his doubts that Toshiki might be faking it. One of the captors leaned over beside beside the boy who was bent over in agony. Realizing that his captors were concerned about his stomach, he inadvertently let his shirt right up, letting the scar from his surgery come into plain view. His vision was still obscured with packing tape, so he couldn't see their reaction to his scar. But his captors were taken aback, and judging from their momentary silence, he'd obtained the reaction he was looking for. Toshiki Inukai, with those few words, knew that the situation was progressing exactly as he had envisioned it, and snickering to himself on the inside, pressed his act even further. He even needed to see to know that his captors were panicked and were running around like chickens with their heads cut off at his troublesome turn of events.
診療所を連れ
先生を連れてくる方がいいね。
入江の先生かいいのか大丈夫か
人質に何かあったらまずんね。しゃあない。緊急事態やん。
One of the captors hurriedly left in the car. Another of the men, completely shaken up at this point, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Looked like they were bringing a doctor. As long as the doctor was an accomplice, that doctor was his goal. He was someone he should seek help from. Listen, I know you're a child, right? So might not be able to piece this together, but if they're so quick to bring up this specific doctor, like, you kind of gotta imagine he's probably in on it. Otherwise, they'd be worrying, like, how to explain this to the doctor. Like, this isn't our kid. But like, if the doctor's in on it, they'd be like, oh, we'll bring the doctor here. Yeah, we'll bring the doctor here. That's a good idea. There's no like debate as to like whether the doctor's gonna be like pressing them or anything. His captors were probably wary of that happening. They'd be prepared for it. This would all come down to luck. Some of the sweat emerging from his brow was from that of nervousness. At that moment, the packing tape that was covering his eyes and ears was torn off. The burning light that he was seeing for the first time in several days hurt his eyes. After that, the gag that made it hard for him to breathe was also removed.
大丈夫かこそ今お医者を連れてくるからしばらく我慢してろな
The doctor was coming. The doctor was coming. Now, how was he going to ask for help, and how was he going to get away from his captors? A plethora of thoughts have been swirling through his mind.
分かってるとお医者に余計なことは言うな俺たちも別にお前にそりゃ分かってるよな
Toshiki Inukai nodded while feigning pain and obedience. His expectations and the enemy's expectations. Whether they doubted he was faking his illness or not, they knew what his goal was and would try to stop it. His stomach contracted from the stress of this gambit, making it seem like his stomach really was starting to hurt. No, it really was. But there was no reason to panic. If he failed with this approach to the doctor, there was nothing to lose. If there was something to lose, it was this method of faking illness to get in touch with the doctor. If you could think of other methods from here on out, it wasn't much. But at the present, this was the easiest and most dramatic way he could think of. The more he thought about it, the more it looked like this was his first and last gambit. Eventually, he heard the sound of a car approaching once again. The sound of the car doors being hurriedly opened and shut. The sounds of several footsteps approaching. A young man in a white medical coat. As he acknowledged the boy, a suspicious look showed itself on his face.
彼は村の子じゃありませんね。
The captors didn't respond. From the looks of it, the young doctor had realized that this was an abnormal situation. One of the captors talked threateningly.
先生には関係のないことです。
For a while, the doctor and the captors silently glared at one another. However, unable to stand the sight of a boy continuing to suffer, the doctor, as the captors had hoped, didn't press any further.
その古い手術後何の手術でしたか。
そりゃわか
本当は
先生、そりゃさすがにちょっと。
The doctor said he wanted to bring the boy back to the clinic, but the captors simply silently shook their heads at the notion. It was a fleeting hope, but it was only natural that the captors would refuse. At that moment, his eyes met with the doctor's. Seeing that the boy's painful state was abnormal, the doctor suspected it was a serious illness.
大丈夫ですか。私はこの手術後は
去年の冬に事故で。
事故。そうです。参ったな。
He couldn't let the doctor figure out that he was faking it here. He had to somehow figure out some way to keep this going and tell the doctor that he was being confined and needed help.
患部を少し触りますよ。痛むところがあったら。
Seeing that it was extremely painful, the doctor crossed his arms and began to ponder. He had to somehow get himself to a hospital. To Toshiki Inukai, faking this illness was the performance of a lifetime. Interesting. So is this happening while Akasaka and Oishi are on their way, or is it something that happened beforehand? That's what I want to know. Are we about to pull up and...
皆さんもご苦労さんなことです。お暑いでしょうが、せいぜい頑張ってくださいよ。不法投棄のダンプが現れたらすぐにご連絡ください。急行いたしますのでね。
ご協力感謝しますよ。どうぞ。
A gap wide enough for a single car was opened up in the barricade. Oishi, showing his gratitude, or perhaps threatening attitude, with a short beep on the horn, rolled the car forward through the checkpoint. This time, my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious. A baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath to not stop me from questioning. I had meant to be overcautious, knowing full well that my face was known. But it might have already been too late for that to have any use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the unbearably hot hoodie and windbreaker, ripped off the mask and hat, and threw them in the seat behind me.
ありゃいいんですか
こんな小細工したところでどうせ割れているでしょうから
そりゃまあそうでしょうな
Oishi, probably thinking that my unexpected behavior was funny, continued to laugh. The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa was spread out before me. The village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances surrounding it at the moment. I would absolutely love to take Yukiya here for a drive one day. Come to think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. I played around with the idea in my head, but in reality, this village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. I had heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. At the heart of this village, the intelligence network that the three families wielded was, due to blood ties and regional relationships, unbelievably well organized. Their net spread not just around Hinamizawa itself, but encapsulated the entirety of the city of Shishibone as well. When I first heard that, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it completely seriously. How could a local organization out in the boonies here have something so grandiose? I couldn't deny that somewhere in the back of my mind I had ridiculed the thought. But not only were they really threatening the minister, but they had demonstrated that they had complete grasp on our movements, which were supposed to be top secret. They were almost like the secret police that controlled a small Eastern European country, like in some spy novel. The villagers here wouldn't bat an eye at getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the dam project. I also heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. Now that you mention it, when I first arrived here, Oishi also said that this place was a war zone, didn't he? The residents of this village were at the same time freedom fighters. Although by definition they were no different than guerrillas or a militia. They were protected by the Geneva Convention, but they also didn't have to adhere to those rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than any legitimate battlefield. A secret war was unfolding. I could drive along because Oishi was with me. But if I was to leave this car for even something as trivial as looking at a vending machine, there was a chance I wouldn't return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was a battlefield. No, the reason why bullets weren't flying was simply because it was hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. So they were probably just equipped with weapons other than guns that were easier to obtain. That was why Oishi was wearing that stab-proof vest, wasn't it?
赤坂さん
The fact that I was apprehensive was, of course, picked up on by Oishi. If he had already figured it out, there's no point in trying to deny or hide it.
もちろんです。敵の本拠地にたった2人で乗り込んでいるんです。この人数では万一の時が不安です。
万一の時な大丈夫ですよ。
この村の人間すべてが全員が口裏を合わせれば、この村で白昼堂々殺人が起こっても証拠一つ残らない。
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
そういうところだと聞いていますよ。
This is what the ironclad rule of not barging into a Yakuza office alone was about. There wasn't a neutral party involved. That area wasn't bound by the laws of common sense. If something happened, you wouldn't be able to prove it, and there wasn't anybody who would take your side. It was pretty much the definition of poking the bear.
南沢地区へ向かうと同僚万一の時は無線機もありますし、赤坂さんが怖がってるほどね、そう簡単には完全犯罪はできませんよ。まあもちろん油断をしないに越したことはありませんがね。赤坂さん、前にご一緒してた時の方がリラックスしてらしたじゃないですな。
Laughing it off, Oishi thumped his chest and grinned, as if to say I could depend on him.
まあ本当の本当にヤバくなったら桜の大門にはこいつがありますからね。
Oishi made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It was undoubtedly the image of a gun.
役に立ちますか？
撃った後の後始末云々が怖くなければ実に心強いですよ。
An officer's gun was only for show. If you really wanted to fire it, there were quite a number of stipulations, and you had to be prepared for the long probationary period afterwards. That definitely wasn't worth it, so even if an officer did unholster his gun, there wasn't one who had actually wanted to pull the trigger.
赤坂さんは持ってるんです
Damn,
か
I wish I had cops like that.
これ
まあ一応
撃ったことは
ありますよ。訓練で。
そりゃそうでしょうな。
なら大石さんには。
私ですな。 まさかあるわけないじゃないですか。
What was this? I was laughing at me because he had experience. The two of us laughed together.
銃口を向けたこともありませんがね。銃口を向けられたことなら何度かありますよ。銃口を覗かされるだけで寿命が3年は縮むな。
Even if he had never fired a gun before, couldn't even begin to compare the amount of experience Oishi had over me. At a time like this, I could only marvel again at how reliable Oishi seemed.
そういえば日の高いうちにこっちには来た。でも車道はここを抜ける以外にないし。赤坂さん、念のため、
どうしたんです？
冷房がうるさいから聞こえ切りますよ。窓を開けてみてください。
When I opened the window, a blast of hot air blew inside. Then, I could hear angry yelling coming from far away. At that moment, the forest gave way on the other side of us and our view expanded suddenly. And there could be seen the Hinamizawa Dam construction grounds, the very front line for Hinamizawa Village. The crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. The roar of angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had become a veritable sound cannon spewing out its ammunition. The prefabricated site office was surrounded by two sets of high fences laced with barbed wire. Lined up in front of those fences were riot police in their vehicles, and surrounding it all were the villagers. They had held out their protests against the dam as a single entity.
今日は少ないですね。ついてます。
少ないんですか？
ええ、多い時だと道路までいっぱいになりますよ。うちうち車も通れません。
At first, due to their overwhelming intensity, it looked to me like there was more people than there actually was, but upon closer inspection, there were at most 50 to 70 of them. But the 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up that looked like they belonged to a band of thugs were a strange enough sight. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas, as well as covering their faces with masks, adding to the oddity of it all. The propaganda trucks, after blaring their chorus, had their volume turned up even higher and began to flood the area with sutras. To say that the noise was downright violent would be an understatement. From this distance, it was still this loud. The glass in the office was probably rattling from the noise.
あれをガンガンやられるとたまんないんですよね。昨日の連中全員耳栓してて、それでも耳がおかしくなるそうです。気の毒な話です。
騒音規制でなんとかできないんですか？
うちの県には騒音規制に関する規定ね。それにほら、お経でしょ。宗教活動規制できないし、連中も頭いいんです。
Is what I think, Oishi said. Actually, no matter how tightly the window was shut, the booming sound of the sutras still filled the car. Couldn't even hear what Oishi, who was sitting right next to me, was saying. As the car approached the line of propaganda trucks, the blare became difficult to bear. It wasn't enough just to plug my ears with my fingers. I had to hold my head and keep my skull from splitting apart. If I had seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would have probably understood what Hinamizawa Village was much... Oh my god. I would have probably understood what Hinamizawa Village was much quicker. Now I knew. They wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves in order to protect their hometown. Ah, so goddamn noisy. Shut up, shut up, shut up! My head throbbed and felt like it was going to split apart. My eardrums crackled, and on top of it all, I felt like I was going to throw up. With the road crowded with the throng of squatters, the propaganda trucks, and the riot police's vehicles, it was no way easy to get by. Even if you tried to shoo the squatters with the car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to noises from the outside world, wouldn't easily move. The car could only inch forward at a snail's pace. Even then, the car eventually got through, starting to leave the tumultuous noise behind.
ほら、昨日一緒に麻雀やっため覚えてます？
I remember that there was an older person who didn't exactly mince words. The guy that Oishi called Old
い
Man.
らっしゃいましたね。
彼ね、第一航空の現場監督さんなんです。あそこのプレハブの中でイライラしながら仕事をなさってるんでしょうね。お気の毒なことです。
あれが毎日ではたまったものではないでしょう。
耐えかねて辞めちゃう人が後を絶ちません。まあ、その度にお給金がアップしてるんで、なんとも言えませんが。
Even having to deal with all the noise and hostility, they still made a wage that Oishi found enviable.
ちくしょう、聞こえてるのか聞こえてないのか。
A group of squatters were in the way of the car. Oishi, sufficiently annoyed, laid into the horn, but there was no indication that they were moving anytime soon. In this din, could they not even hear a car horn? Or did they hear it and were being malicious? If there were any riot police nearby, they would have made people move, but it just so happened that there weren't any around here.
ちょいと待っててください。
Oishi opened the door. The hot air and even more heated roar of the crowd spilled into the car. Oishi said something as he grinned widely, but I couldn't hear what it was. He was getting them to move. Something like that. Oishi stepped out of the car and closed the door. The din faded slightly. I stared blankly at Oishi, headed towards the group, and started some sort of conversation. Maybe we'd find the minister's grandson at Takatsuto. At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him and slip the cursed bonds of this incomprehensible village. I could only pray. At that moment, a shadow was suddenly cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger side window, blocking the sunlight. I spun around, looked up, and realized who the backlit figure was. It was a girl. It was Rika Furude. The girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eyes. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I had been found by somebody I shouldn't have been found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. Of course, there was no way she heard my small voice in this clamor. But even then, she should have seen me wave my hand in greeting. In spite of that, she simply stared down at me with a cold look on her face. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car once again. Oishi had returned to the driver's seat. Taking a look, the group that were blocking the road had started to move aside while glaring our way.
お待たせしました。行きましょうか。
Oishi registered the figure of the girl behind me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up, in a manner of, "It's dangerous, so get away." It was then that she whispered one or two words, however I couldn't hear any of it.
さて、行きましょうかね。飛ばしますよ。もちろん、法定速度遵守で。
Of course, of course. As if to shake off the still audible angry voices, Oishi floored the gas. Along with the roar and din of the shouting, the villagers and the girl quickly disappeared behind us.
この先を抜けると高津戸地区です。銃撃戦の覚悟は大丈夫ですか？安全装置外すの土壇場でとちらないでくださいよ。
Oishi laughed mockingly again. I was more concerned with what the girl had said, however, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she trying to say with that apathetic and candid expression?
今から緊張したって仕方ないですよ。むしろ収穫がなくて勇み足って可能性だって十分にあるんですから。
But there was no longer a way to confirm what the girl had tried to tell me. It might have been that the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again, or else, was saying to me who was here now, ignoring that warning.
警告したのにバカなやつ。
I had the feeling she'd said something like that. If you were to call Hinamizawa a rather lonely village, then Takatsuto was outright desolate. For your everyday city boy like me, I just couldn't understand why anybody would force themselves to live here. There were signs that people had, but they were all covered in dust or enveloped in ivy, indicating that it was all abandoned.
こんなところにも人は住んでいたんですね。
まあ昔の話でしょうな。こんな偏僻なとこじゃ年寄りには辛いですし、若者だってもう少しまともな土地に住みたいでしょうしね。後を継ぐ者がいなきゃ最後にはこうなるってことでしょうな。
Even if I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel a little sentimental. Seeing that Oishi also felt the same way.
こんなところで財布が発見されたんですか？財布の取得者もよくこんなに偏僻なところに通りかかっ。
ああ、村人には山の中に畑を持ってる連中。そういう連中は朝晩ここを通る。
畑仕事の村人たちは
まさか行けるところまでは車で行くでしょうな。
早朝や夕方にこんなところを走行して落ちているたった一つの財布を
できたんでしょうな。
取得者はどこで取得したと言っています？
もう少し先を行ったところには取得者はたまたまお腹が痛くなってちょいと茂みで用を足そう。それで偶然見つけたらしい。中にちり紙でも入ってるのを期待し
話ができすぎているように感じます。財布発見の当初からそういう違和感が拭えません。
I expressed the feeling that I had from the start of the day, quite frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. It was too perfect, sickeningly so. That was my feeling.
できすぎってな。
というと
実は四課のお友達から園崎お涼が大臣の孫の誘拐事件について言
及した。
大臣の孫ももう誘拐されてからそろそろ解放されるといいな。そう、お涼のばあさんが縁側でぼそりとつぶやいたってな話が。で、そのぼそりが園崎家の裏の裏のあちこちに伝えられてるようです。
Right. I heard something earlier from Sato-san, the informant. That was when the leader Oryo had a concern with somebody in the family would be considerate.
つまりそれは実質上の人質解放命令ですか？
私はそう見てます。この出来すぎの財布発見は孫を警察に引き渡すためのイベント。
どうして人質の解放？
そりゃ人質を解放するなんて
なんです？
取引の成立ですよ。ひなみ沢ダム計画の中止を大臣が約束ってことですか。
ダム計画なんて必ずなくなっちゃいますのです。
At that moment, those words that the girl had said surfaced in the back of my mind. In the end, it was turning out exactly as she had proclaimed. The young girl knew the circumstances. She knew everything about this kidnapping incident from the beginning to the end.
赤坂、
The girl unexpectedly called out my
なん
name.
だい？
東京へ帰れ。あなたはもう幾ばくもしないうちに、それがあまりにもみすぼらしくて、昨日今のうちから警告してあげているのです。
どうして？
いちいちあなたの親はあなたが赤信号の横断どうして危ないのかを全部説明し終えるまで引っ張るでしょ。まず歩道まで連れ戻してから、つまりはそういうこと。
The girl, who knew everything from start to finish, had warned me in the beginning. Go back to Tokyo.
赤坂の小上がり。
孫は無事見つかるでしょうが、どう厄介になるかは一警察官の私にゃ。
フルで理科ってご存知ですか？
What I said was such a non sequitur that Oishi sat in a stunned silence for a while.
もちろん御三家の一つ、古出家の一人娘。
どういう少女なんです？
おやおや、これは意外な人物名に公安では古出家が臭いと睨んでおられる。私にも情報は。
いや、ちょっと
同じ宅を囲んだ友人の質問なら答えないわけにはいきません。
友人と呼んでいただけて。
で、あのお嬢ちゃんはね、村中の誰からも愛されてます。中でも年寄り連中には特に崇められてましてね。
崇められる？
よくは知らないんですがね、古出家に生まれた女の子ってのにはひなみ沢の土着信仰ですがね、お社様の生まれ変わりだとかなんとか。
お社様。そういえば同盟の登り旗の中に何ですか？
ああ、ひなみ沢の守り神様の名前で、村にあだなす者に罰を当てるって信じられてましてね。まあそんな便利な神様がいたらダムの連中はとっくに神罰にやられているんでしょうが、幸い今日までその罰ってやつは
村にあだなす大臣の孫がお社様の怒りに触れ、なんて言いましたっけ？そう、鬼隠し大臣の孫を、そういう筋書きになるわけでしょうか？
なるほど、そういうことになるんでしょうな。
お社様が下した神罰なら、犯人はお社様の生まれ変わりである。
Even I didn't know exactly what I was saying. The fact that Oishi laughed it off was a bit of a relief. Oishi's joyous laughter was so infectious that I began to laugh like an idiot as well.
ありゃ、こりゃ珍しい。
Oishi, after laying into the horn several times, rolled down the window and leaned out, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. It was a car headed the opposite way. Till now we hadn't run into any cars except our own. Of all places, it was at this desolate location. It seemed that Oishi knew the owner of the car. The other car also chirped its horn and came to a stop.
こんにちは。
The other car's window rolled down slowly, revealing a young man in a white overcoat. He was about my age, or perhaps older. But you really can't judge somebody by their appearance.
大石さんじゃありませんか。こんにちは。
そりゃこっちのセリフですよ。まさかこんなところで会うとはね。どうしたんです？
いえね、ちょっとした往診です。
ありゃそう、休館とかでしたか。
いえ、 そんなに大したことではありません。よかったですよ。
お医者の世話にならずに済むならそれに越したことはないです。
ではこれで急いで戻らないとスタッフに怒られますんで。
な、診療所長さんも大変です。ではではお気をつけて。
The young doctor named Irie, after gesturing his farewell, drove forwards and soon disappeared around a corner. Oishi also drove forwards, but soon came to a stop again. He pulled out a worn map book from the dash. His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was perfectly serious.
どうしたんです？
今日は診療所は往診の日じゃないはず。よっぽどの急患か特殊な事情のある患者ということになりますね。
Oishi flipped through the pages, opening up to the map of Takatsuto. After that, he took a look around and started to figure out what our current location was.
その急患が怪しいということで。
言ったでしょう、高津戸地区にね。今私たちがいる道は入江先生はこの道に対して、
Having no sense of our surroundings, I couldn't digest anything about the place he was indicating on the map.
私たちは財布の取得場所を目指しています。ちなみに取得場所はここでもね、高津戸地区にわずかにある民家に向かうにはそもそも道が違うんです。
つまり入江医師は民家のない方角。
山間の段々畑で農作業中に誰かが人が倒れて医者が呼ばれたら普通は連れ帰って詳しく調べるもんです。でもさっき理恵医師は車には他には誰も乗っていなかったようですし。
Well, she didn't say any more than that. I also said nothing more. The doctor just now examined a patient, close by. Only that. The noisy radio had suddenly gone quiet. The sky just as suddenly turned an oppressive color. As Oishi mused that it might start to rain, a torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. Eventually, Oishi stopped the car. The only sounds to break the silence were the percussion of the rain on the roof and the soft squeak of the windshield wipers.
ちょいと静か静かで行きましょうかね。
Saying that in a quiet voice, he exited the car without an umbrella, careful not to make any noise. Oishi leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket. He was pointing to a prefabricated shed and a car that was parked beside it. The car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that had been left there for several years.
あの小屋は
営林署の機材小屋です。夏場以外は利用されてないと聞きました。
あの車は営林署の職員。
さあね、公用車には見えないですね。
Oishi was playing it cool, but my nervousness was gradually increasing.
一応は念のため。
Saying that, Oishi returned to the car. I was going to get an umbrella, but he grabbed the onboard radio instead.
もしもし、おい、聞こえてるか。こんにちは。
はい、沖宮 PS 大石さん、感度良好です。
今高津戸地区の営林署機材小屋。矢後地に向かう方じゃないよ。南沢から高津戸に入る方の。
はい、確認しました。
小屋に不審者。これより職質します。5分で連絡なかったら駐在所に連絡と大至急応援パトを送ってください。よろしくお願いします。
了解しました。
じゃあ行ってみましょうかね。
Since he was first confined here, he had heard the sound of a car multiple times, so he just thought that the far-off sound was more of the same. However, the reaction from his captors was, until now, something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reacting as if shocked by a jolt of electricity, and pressed against the window, cautiously peering outside.
止まったな。
営林署の人間、まずいぜ。
いや、警察やんな。
One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek.
お兄ちゃん、分かってると思うけど、大声出したりすると大変なことになるからな。
Thus Inikai was sure that the doctor had reported things to the police. He had felt relief when he thought that he was saved, but not imagining that his captors would resort to violence when they were cornered, his anxiety remained unabated.
どうする？
時間稼いでる。小僧を連れて、ほとぼり冷めたら打ち合う。
One of the perpetrators grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki Inikai tried to resist by feigning that his illness had been aggravated by this rough treatment, but his captors paid no heed. The door was violently banged
ご
upon.
めんください。こんにちは。
The door was banged on again. Toshiki Inikai hesitated for a moment to respond to that voice by yelling. However, while he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking that option away from him. The leader of the captors waved at the other to go. The younger perpetrator nodded in response, while keeping the boy's mouth covered, started heading towards the back door.
はいはい。
どうも警察ですがね急な雨で
今開けますん
The moment the lock was undone, Oishi forced the door open. With a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped into the room. Yeah, when Oishi's on a mission, he don't fuck around. Then, in the small empty room, he's able to quickly discern that the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen.
あれ私はここは営林署の機材倉庫何にもありませんね
There's nothing inside the room that would indicate this was an equipment shed. There's only a mountain of blankets, indicating that somebody was sleeping here, alongside empty food packets strewn about.
ああ機材がしまってあるところなんだ
でも営林署の建物でしょあんた営林署
あんたこそ誰よ警察
Two of them glared at each other suspiciously. Both Oishi-san and the man steadfastly refused to reveal their identity before the other did. The man, judging from the sharp look in Oishi's eyes, realized that it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. No matter what he said, the most time he could buy would probably be only a few dozen seconds. Only the sound of rain filled this tense moment. Just then, they heard the sound of a struggle from far off. Yeah, I kind of figured. Akasaka covers the rear entrance, Oishi takes the front. Oishi had a hunch. There was no doubt that Akasaka, who was circling around back, had run into the perpetrators who were trying to slip away. As Oishi thought that, the man in front of him reacted a moment faster. The man swung with an attack that was more intended to obscure Oishi's vision rather than actually hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, the man aimed to kick at Oishi's groin without any hesitation. But he missed his mark and was unable to land that critical blow. The man, trying to pin Oishi, grabbed him by the base of his neck with both hands and fiercely tried to push him down. But, as Oishi fell backwards, as if kicking the man upward, he dug his foot into the man's midsection. With that leg acting as a fulcrum, the man was flung by the falling Oishi as if by a circle throw. Two of them squared off in the pouring rain.
面白いじゃない俺とやろうってかね
Oishi, as if trying to cheer himself on, grinned smugly. He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Even though he countered the assault, Oishi was getting up rather awkwardly compared to the man who he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet.
Oi-san! Hayaku!
Akasaka's voice rang out from the distance. Judging from the distress in his voice, he was already engaged in a fight and wanted Oishi to reconvene with him. But Oishi's hands were full as well.
赤坂さん申し訳ないちょっと待っててくださいよ
The man raised both his fists to a stance that hinted at him being acquainted with karate or some other form of martial art. Of course, Oishi, as an officer of the law, was decently versed in judo. He also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, you could tell that the man in front of him was quite a bit better at fighting than he was. Ah, damn it. Thinking this was going to be easy just because the order came from the Sonozaki family to release the hostage had been a big mistake. Okay, so he is in on it, yeah.
なかなか上等じゃないのよ久々に胃液がこみ上げてくる感じがします
Oishi played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean that Oishi wasn't going to go down easily. The man wildly charged forward, attempting to grab Oishi. The man managed a successful clinch from this low stance. Oishi would be tackled to the ground and end up being mounted. It was something you saw often while children fought, but it really was a bad position, since you couldn't do much once you were in it. Oishi, responding to that move, also lowered his stance to collide with the man head-on. The moment they clashed, Oishi grabbed the man's lapel. As he yanked the lapel upwards, he smashed into the man's solar plexus with the elbow of the same arm. It was a move from Oishi's own personal brand of brawling judo. He then grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw his opponent with both hands. But the man lowered his center of gravity and swung his arms in a large arc, entwining them with Oishi's. Oishi's. Not only that, he had forced both Oishi's elbows to the outside, and Oishi, now in an awkward position, was in danger of exposing his back with his hands still clutching the man's chest. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling, didn't he? Oishi, cursing the fact that his fingers were twisted into the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip. He was still in the awkward position of being bent over, and to top it off, at zero range. The man was able to read Oishi's movements completely as he tried to squirm his way into a better position. And then took the palms of his hands and swiftly clapped them over both of Oishi's ears. Discombobulate. Clapping the ears in any other martial art except for self-defense was basically forbidden. Karate and judo didn't recognize it as a legal technique. It was that much of a simple and dangerous attack. Oishi raised both his hands and he tried to reflexively clutch his own ears. Before that could happen, the man wrapped his arms around Oishi's neck. His thick biceps clenched firmly around the base of Oishi's neck like a vice. Oishi instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe that a man like this, who was accustomed to fighting, could crush his opponent's neck from this position. But his opponent didn't do that. He had chosen to keep his hold and force Oishi to lose consciousness. That's why Oishi, at that moment, even though his face was twitching, was grinning wildly. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, this guy has no intention of killing me. However, even though that might be the case, the man's hold on his neck was by no means gentle. In no time at all, Oishi's consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in judo during his student days, Oishi was utterly resigned to the fact that it was over. Akasaka was finally recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a rather sensitive area. He had bumped into the captor carrying the boy at the back entrance. He had seen Toshiki Inakai's picture plenty of times and wasn't able to immediately ascertain if the boy in front of him was the real deal, with his mouth covered in packing tape. Also, with his limited experience, it wasn't hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation. Of course, the perpetrator didn't overlook this momentary lapse. His kick landed squarely in a critical spot, with Akasaka not even having time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder and headed towards the front of the shed. Upon hearing Oishi's bellowing voice, he gave up on going that direction. He then dashed off towards the forest, as if the weight of the boy slung over his shoulder wasn't even there. Akasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Oishi, who was fighting with the enemy, was by far the safer option. But he couldn't just lose sight of the fleeing man. Akasaka stood up and chased after the captor's back. He ran through a short thicket, branches and fallen leaves crunching underfoot. Tips of branches raked and clawed at him, small scratches inscribing themselves on his body one after another. He kept on stepping into puddles and mud, and his shoes were soon filled with murky water. For Akasaka, traveling through this unexplored forest was, even though this was an emergency situation, extremely unpleasant. As he said that, he regretted it immediately, as it was but a waste of breath. There wasn't a thief in the world that would politely stop when told to by the police. To a city boy like Akasaka, running through this forest was an arduous task. However, it must have been no easy task either for the man carrying the minister's grandson. He neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit. Akasaka, upon realizing that, gained back a bit of composure. Just keep on chasing him. We were running in the same conditions. In fact, the man running with an awkward stride was at far more of a disadvantage. They couldn't run forever. Eventually, he'd definitely trip and fall. As long as he was being hounded, he would definitely stumble. And soon, his wish was fulfilled. The man, who had stepped in something and lost his balance, was no longer able to bear the weight of the boy, dropping him. Akasaka, in all honesty, didn't care about the perpetrator at all, just as long as he could ensure the safety of Toshiki Inakai. So if the perpetrator ran off by himself, it was perfectly acceptable. But seeing that Toshiki Inakai was important to the man as well, and didn't choose to just run away empty-handed. Akasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. His first priority should be to ensure the safety of the boy, subduing his capture being less important. Grappling with the perpetrator wasn't something he planned on. Most likely, it was either do or die. Akasaka's moment of indecision proved to be fatal. The man, aiming right between, or rather, for both of Akasaka's eyes, struck out with a jab. Not wanting that, Akasaka raised both his hands to shield his face. At that moment, the man kicked at his unguarded midsection. Pain almost felt like his vital organs were being squeezed out of his body, but he lashed onto his opponent's leg. But his opponent didn't hesitate one bit. Leading with his seized foot, the man jumped to Akasaka, applying pressure and pushing him down. Akasaka was unable to withstand that and fell, but under no circumstances was he letting that leg go. The two men fell together in a tangled heap. The man was desperate to pull his leg free from Akasaka, but having fallen in an awkward position was unable to do so. The two of them rolled around on the ground, floundering about, trying to gain an advantage. Akasaka, who was holding onto his opponent's knee with both hands, and that opponent, who had complete freedom to move his upper body, were in two completely different situations. The man gained a positional advantage on Akasaka, who was still latched onto his leg and couldn't move away, and pounded full force on his head with both fists. Not only that, he found a rock nearby and beat it against Akasaka's skull. Yeesh. The difference between being hit with a fist and being hit with a rock was vast. Akasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands to protect his head. But if he let go here, the man would get away. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for naught. The boy he was trying to save was right there. He was going to save him and go back to Tokyo. If he could do that, then it was goodbye to this freakish village. Without looking, I could tell my forehead had split open and was gushing blood. But I didn't let go of the man's leg. How could I? I won't let go. The man realized that no matter how much he beat my head, he wasn't getting away. He used both his hands to grab my throat as if to crush my windpipe. Pulled my head back as a slight form of resistance, but it was no use. The man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. It was less about the pain of not being able to breathe, so much as it was choking so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. I felt like my stomach was going to turn itself inside out. I could only endure it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. My throat hurts. I won't let go. I can't let go. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. Go back to Tokyo. And talk to Yukie. All about our unborn child. We were going to talk about our bright future. I had no intention of loosening my grip. However, it loosened just a bit, and the man's leg came free. The man kicked as hard as possible, and I tumbled backwards. My head was spinning, and I was unable to get up right away. No, I couldn't even put any strength into getting up in the first place. Even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape now, this chance would never come again. Even just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. If we weren't able to get the minister's grandson back here, there wouldn't be another chance. The man tried to drag the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying some unexpected resistance, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grasped the rock the man had just beat me over the head with. Now it's my turn. The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, adding more than enough power to my attack. My fist, still wrapped around the rock, dug into the side of the man's torso. It seemed like it hurt him quite a bit. The man rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. Freed from the man's grip, the boy hid behind me. To the boy, those were the words he was waiting for the most. The crisis was still not over. That was because even though he was still clutching at his side, the man had gotten up again and had taken a fighting stance. I could see in the man's eyes the resentment at the pain I had caused him, and the confidence that he could still beat me. If we were to clash head on again, he might not even stop if my head were split open. Man reacted adversely to the word reinforcements. That's because he now knew that arguing like this wasn't just a waste of time, but put him closer and closer to danger. Realizing that, the man shifted mental gears almost too quickly. What the man pulled from his back pocket was, of all things, a gun. Of course, I'm a police officer. It's not like I don't know what a gun is. Having one pointed at me was something I'd never experienced before. Was it real? Of course it was. There's no way it'd be a replica in a situation like this. As long as he still held that gun, no matter how much I yelled at him, I was at a distinct disadvantage. If I still had a fighting chance, if I were in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling at each other like this, I would just shoot him and take the boy. That way was the fastest and suppress any sort of further resistance from him. But the man was demanding my surrender without having fired a shot, meaning that either he didn't want to shoot, or couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy even just a little more time, the factors that would lead to my victory were numerous. Oishi was probably on his way, and the reinforcements we called for before coming here should already be well on their way too. Not only that, they should have contacted the local police box. Without a doubt, somebody stationed in the village would be here much quicker than that. At that moment, I heard the rustling of foliage and heavy footsteps approaching. If Oishi was coming here, it was a whole new ballgame. It's not Oishi. Man couldn't have more than one gun. I thought the time was on my side. I failed to even imagine that the enemy could also have reinforcements. You could tell the man who had just appeared was one of the perpetrators just by looking at him. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. How could this be? Damn it. As I backed up against a large tree while still protecting the boy, the second man also pulled out a gun. As I shouted in protest, blood erupted from my left shoulder. It took a few moments to register that I had been shot. Compared to the ones in movies and TV dramas, the first actual gunshot I heard was simple and mundane. In fact, the sound was more akin to the small fireworks I used to buy from the corner store as a kid. But there was no comparing the pain. It was a fear you knew only well after you've been shot. The boy, in his confusion, tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound even further. I wanted to put on a bold face and reassure him, but my voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect.
すでに応援はよすぐに警官隊がか
警官が来る前に無駄な殺生すなっちゅうあんまりなめとんと容赦せんとよ
This was bad. It was very, very bad. The second man was a completely different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. If this man said he'd shoot, he'd shoot. He wasn't somebody that a man like me could buy time from. I really hated to admit it, but at that moment, the image of Yukie's smiling face crossed the back of my mind. I knew what that meant. I was warning myself to not throw my life away over a matter of pride. Of course, I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yukie. I wanted to see the face of our soon-to-be-born child. Why should I risk my life for some minister's grandson when I was at such a critical juncture in my own life? God damn it. Damn it! I need to stop rambling at myself. So what do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my own life? What a good idea. Everybody's life is precious. My own life was in danger. Nobody would blame me. Ah, god damn it. It hurts. It hurts. If I had known it'd be this painful, I wouldn't have played the tough guy. My biggest miscalculation, though, was that the sound of the gunshot was far quieter than I had imagined. If it was only that loud, it'd be drowned out by the rain in the forest. It wasn't something that somebody far away could hear.
くそ待てよ死にたく
あんこっちだって死なせとうない分かればええん分かる
撃つなよ撃つなよ帰りを待ってる死にたくない
叫ばんとでも撃たんねおとなしい頭抱えてうつ伏せになって
本当だろうな本当だろうな約束は守れよ男と男の約
守ったの男と男の約
守れじゃあうつ伏せになるからな約束守るんだからやっぱ撃つ気なんだろ撃つ気なんだろ俺が撃つ伏せになったらこう
撃たんねわーったしまってる銃はしまってる男と男の約束しやね
Oh shit.
どんねこれなら文句ないんて
You're gonna put the gun away.
ええ極めて文句ないですよ
It was over in a flash. But when he lowered his gun, Oishi didn't let his chance slip by. Oishi had been assessing the situation for quite some time from behind the two men. Since they had their guns trained on me, he didn't really have a chance to jump in. Seeing the look on Oishi's face indicating that he wanted me to create an opening, I took on that role completely. Oishi forcefully lifted the arm that was holding the gun. He then took the gun from the man's hand in only an instant. The other man, who was a bit slow in grasping what was happening, pointed his gun at them. With his ally grappling with Oishi, he couldn't pull the trigger. That man was the one that was wrestling with Oishi at the moment. He might have shot without hesitation. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot. Oishi kicked the other man away while aiming the stolen gun with his left hand, pulled out his own. With the guns akimbo, he was aiming at both men at the same time. It was perfectly played. But heedless of the guns pointed at them, the men shouted "Scram!" as they scattered away at full speed. It was over in an instant. Those two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unexpected. Oishi, quietly clicking his tongue in admonishment, slipped both guns into his pants pockets.
あいつらもよく知ってるな
何をですか
逃げてる背中を警官は撃てませんからね私も退職金が惜しいもんで
Oishi and I grinned at each other.
君が犬飼俊樹犬飼検察大臣のお孫
はい
これはどうせトカゲの尻尾切りになるんでしょうけどね
Oishi smiled amusedly. The fact that the Onoguchi Guardians, or rather the Sonozaki family behind them, was pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it wouldn't be easy. And, with apologies to Oishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. If this caused an uproar, it would obviously lead to the minister losing his office. With HQ having decided that doing so was in national interest, this would probably be cleaned up quietly. Might be a rough way of saying it, but this was born in the shadows and was going to die in the shadows. Oishi probably already understood the implications behind this incident.
とにかく非常線を張らせましょう連中まだ一丁は拳銃を持ってるようですからねそれから犬飼君を保護して赤坂さんはすぐに病院に行かないと
As the tension in the situation faded, the pain from the gunshot wound in my shoulder blossomed once again. My forehead was also stinging painfully and had grown hot enough to start a fire. Seeing that the tension had caused me to sweat, I wiped my forehead, but what came off was a large amount of blood. I realized that my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood flowing from my head. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound, without a doubt. There would probably be an investigation on the men who ran, but that was for another day. At this point in time, I could safely say we had cleared the major hurdle of securing the boy's safety. As soon as I recognized that, I felt like the lights in my head had been hit by a power failure. My knees buckled from underneath me, the ground there feeling as soft as a cloud. Didn't feel unpleasant, even as I was covered in the rain-soaked mud. She came closer, asking if I was okay, but somehow, I couldn't tell. I turned off the switch to the last light in my head. The exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something softer than any blanket wrapped around me. Damn. Damn, okay. That is interesting, though. So, like, Oreo apparently gave the call that we released the boy. Or that they released the boy, right? And clearly a call was made to Oishi. Because he himself said, like, even though the Sonozakis okayed this, clearly it wasn't going to be easy. So he knew that the Sonozakis had okayed the release of the boy. Right? Which is why it was like, so what a coincidence. We found this wallet. How crazy, right? But I do find it very interesting that these people who were the captors who were holding the kid were just totally thrown under the bus. So like Audio wants to let, well, let's say maybe it was like Audio wants to let the boy go, so they end up contacting the father, right? Mion's father. And I guess they come to like some sort of agreement, like, okay, well, we'll lead the cops to the location. If they can actually get him, they can have him. I'm guessing something like that, because the dad doesn't just want to give up that easily. He doesn't just want to let it go. Because it's interesting that they would, like, either way, someone's getting thrown under the bus. Clearly, Oishi is some kind of connection in the police department for the Sonozakis, right? But also, clearly, these guys who are holding the kid hostage are also in the pocket of the Sonozakis. So, one way or another, someone's getting thrown under the bus, someone's getting fucked over. It's very interesting how they decided to go through with that. But we got a new tip. A very kind person. Go on. Who's very kind? Patients admitted to the hospital can only accept calls at fixed times. That's why she wouldn't be receiving a call from him today. Yesterday she had teased him that he got lonely easily, so he might have struggled with the idea of calling her sooner. That was much easier to imagine, rather than that he might just be too busy to call. Because he's just that type of person. Yukie, whispering that, smiled to herself. The announcement that visiting hours were over played over the hospital intercom along with some music. She exchanged pleasantries with the family of the patient that was staying in the same room as her. Probably eager for his mother to be discharged, their small child was wearing a beaming smile. That child's mother was pregnant in the bed next to mine with what may be their new brother or sister. They're probably ready to burst with the expectations, dreams, and worries of having a new sibling. The joys of a growing family. Bathing in those warm feelings, I stroked my own belly, which had grown quite large. I talked with him about how many children we wanted to have. We talked about how if we had 3, it would certainly be lively. However, there was the inescapable worry of whether I'd be able to handle giving birth that many times.
でもそんなことを不安に思って出産を嫌う母なんていないですものね。
Yukie, smiling as she said that to herself, gently stroked her stomach. The Metropolitan Public Safety Division. The place where that man's sense of justice had led him. That person was actually a very gentle, very fragile person. He didn't talk much about the specifics, but I don't think he was suited for the assignment he was on right now. As long as he said he was going to try his best, I would watch over him warmly.
あなたのお父さんはね、とっても頑張り屋さんなのよ。こちょこちょこちょこちょ。
Yukie seemed to be enjoying herself as she talked to her own belly. That moment, Yukie suddenly became concerned about something and looked out the window. It used to be this time, long ago. She remembered that when she was little, around this time in the countryside where her grandmother lived, the Higurashi would fill the air with their chorus. This was the middle of Tokyo. Like in the countryside, you couldn't hear the song of the Higurashi. For some reason, at that moment, Yukie felt that she wanted to hear that song. Are they trying to imply that Yukie comes from this area? Like, granted, I'm sure there's a lot of countryside in Japan as a whole, but like, it's quite the implication if so. That was my first time losing consciousness. You often hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed, but this was my first time actually experiencing it.
もしもし、大丈夫ですか?
Realizing that I was awake, young doctor called out to me. I didn't intend to respond, but it seems my body language had told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had also been treated. My sense of pain also returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all around me.
起きないで横になっていてください。頭をだいぶ殴られたようですからね。24時間は特に安静にして容体を見守りたいところです。
You want me to stay in Hinamizawa for the next 24 hours? That seems dangerous.
ここ
私の診療入江と申します。よろしく。
I remember that this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier.
誰か大石さんは？
ああ、呼んで診療所の中は禁煙なんで表で吸ってもらってるんです。
Dr. Irie left the room to go call Oishi. Okay, as long as we got Oishi here, we should be fine. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold. The pouring rain had stopped, with the voices of the Higurashi heralding the cooling temperature. I felt that the tone of the Higarashi's voices was comforting. Eventually, I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Oishi's. The fog that was enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality. What happened since then? What had happened to the boy? What about the reinforcements from Tokyo? The door to the room flew open, allowing Dr. Irie and Oishi to enter.
じゃあ命に別状はないんでしょ？
ないと。頭に受けた傷は初見だけでは判断が危険なのです。
わかりましたわかりました。ちょいと彼と二人で話がしたいんですが。
ええ、どうぞ。何かありましたらお呼びください。
Oishi, after basically forcing Dr. Irie outside, shut the door.
いかがですかお具合は？
慣れないことをしたんで全身が。
Oishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the bed.
犯人たちは逮捕されましたか？
残念ながらとっくに県外へ逃げたか村人にかくまわれているかのどちら。まあ逃がしやしませんが。
大臣の孫は？
署で保護しています。ただ東京のあなたのご同僚から一切の聴取は取るなとしげちゃんが憤慨してましたっけ？
Kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was also probably being kept under wraps. How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, how it would be covered up, treated like it never happened, would be handled by the brass. If this case ended without the nation going into an uproar about it, then our job had been done. The possibility that the minister had negotiated with the perpetrators couldn't be ruled out. But something like that was no longer my concern. My role in the case was over.
ご迷惑をおかけし、公安ってやつはいやらしいところだって思ってるでしょ。
思いません思いません。お互い日の丸から給金もらって仕事してるだけですよ。
Oishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against Oishi, but now that feeling was gone completely.
今回の事件隠さないで大元にしてくれた方が、そうすれば黒幕の園崎本家に少しは迫れるんですが、まあ適当に迫ったところで圧力がかかるんでしょうがね。やれやれです。
大石さんは園崎本家に今後も戦いを？
まさいろいろと黒い噂こそ絶えませんがね。園崎家に恨みがあるわけじゃありませんので、君子危うきに近寄らない方がいいね。
Oishi laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh along.
そうだそうだ。さっき県警から署に連絡があったそうです。あなたのご同僚が名古屋に到着したそうで、あなたは名誉の負傷ですから、そんなわけです。あなたの沖宮での仕事は無事終了です。
I was being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words.
大石さんのご協力にあなたに支払った協力金は無駄にはない。
あら、冗談のつもりだったんだけどな。
Oishi took out his wallet, casually pulled out several large bills, and jammed them into my breast pocket of my
こ
shirt.
れは協力金の返済じゃないですよ。私からあなたへのお小遣いです。この辺は地酒がうまいんでね、東京へのお土産にこいつで買っていくといいでしょう。
Oishi flashed me a
も
grin.
しもあなたの傷が軽いようなら、東京へ帰る前にぜひおやつさんも佐藤さんもぜひあなたともう一度卓を囲みたいと。
やれやれ。参ったな。
今度はこっちも小細工抜きです。純粋に楽しもうじゃないですか。
よく言いますよ。原則の警官があんなに濃い様ができるなんて。
私どもとね、対等以上に打てるメンツにはなかなかお会いできないもんです。あなたが東京に帰るのが惜しいですよ。
When I heard the words going back to Tokyo from Oishi, I was reminded once again that I was relieved from my duties. Soon, Yukie would be giving birth. It might still be possible to attend the delivery that I had one time given up on. When I thought that, the pain from my injuries became trivial. I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yukie at once.
少し傷が重いふりをして沖宮にしばらく滞在しません？いいお店をいろいろ紹介します。もちろんおごれなんて言いません。
申し訳ないですが、妻の出産日が近いんで早く帰りたいんです。
ありゃりゃ、それは知らなかった。それじゃあこんなとこにいちゃいけない。早く帰らないといけません。
For a while after that, Oishi asked all sorts of questions about my wife, teasing and bantering with me.
さて、具合はどうで、おきれいそうですか？
ええ。おかげさまで悪くないです。立って歩いても全然平気ですよ。
I stood up and shuffled around for a bit, which seemed to amuse Oishi.
いえいえ、ひなみ沢の病院では落ち着かないでしょう。
See, that's what I was kind of thinking, like, eh.
入江の先生は犯人もまだ捕まってませんし。
Yeah, staying overnight in Inamizawa doesn't seem like a good idea.
一応、ここはあなたにとっては敵地になりますからね。
Yeah, maybe we go to a different
この
hospital.
病院は安全ではない。
まあ、入江の先生もここにいる限りは何もないとは思いますが、赤坂さんの気分的にめいらないかという方が問題ですね。
I had relaxed a bit now that things had progressed this far, but it was exactly as Oishi had said. When I realized that this was enemy territory, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. With leaving being the only thing left for me to do, the chance that I would come to harm was logically fairly low. That didn't mean I was completely safe.
そうですね。横になっているだけなら、ホテルのベッドでも同じな。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。私もその方がいいと思います。
At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the clock over Oishi's shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I could call Yuki at the hospital were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible that I would soon be back at her
ちょっ
side.
と、ロビーに公衆電話とかはありませんか？
新婚さんはそういうの豆だな。確か会計の脇にあったと思います。ここで待ってますから、行ってらっしゃい、行ってらっしゃい。
Oishi, laughing while saying that he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette even though he was in a hospital room. Appreciative of how considerate Oishi was, I set out to the lobby to find the phone. The lobby was just a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. Thought this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this, but of course it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yukie was admitted to. Running inside a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. There was nobody else in the lobby. May have been in the evening, but there was nobody at the reception desk. Well, this might actually be lucky for me. Wasn't planning to have a conversation to feel guilty about, but it would still be embarrassing to have someone listen to the conversation between me and Yukie. About to get jumped? Taking a quick look around, I soon found the payphone. Digging around in my pockets, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling Tokyo from here, so I'd burned through this amount fairly quickly. Picked up the receiver and inserted a coin, then dialed the number for Yukie's hospital, which I had completely memorized at this point. The number for Yukie's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it inevitably took some time. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but currently any time was precious. However, I felt that something was strange as I was dialing in the number. I don't know exactly how to put it, but as if the receiver was too quiet. That unique white noise from the telephone line wasn't there. Somehow I felt that I wasn't getting any feedback from the phone, and without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver to try again. The coin popped out from the return slot. I reinserted the coin and began dialing once again, but the receiver was still dead silent.
だこれ、断線でもしてるのかな？
While I was wasting time like this, the amount I had to spend talking with Yukie shrunk. Yeah, you're getting set up. I began to feel needlessly impatient.
すみません。
I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. It There was an immediate response, and a man who seemed like a pharmacist came over.
はいはい。この電話の調子がおかしい。ちょっと見てもらえますか。
The man came over and tried testing various things with the receiver pressed to his ear. Come to think of it, this was someone who worked at the hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about phones, neither would he.
あれなんだこれ。
The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed.
なんだこれ。参ったな。これじゃ電話会社の人に直してもらう。電話でしたら事務室のを使います。
I want the people in the hospital office around while I was talking.
近所に。
ここ、そこのどこかの角の行けば見つけられると思いますよ。
I was dressed in a hospital gown. I was wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I was not dressed to be wandering outside. But that's where the impetuousness of youth came in. Choosing the chance to talk to Yukie for even a little longer, I headed outside in my current state. Oh my god. Come on. Listen, I get it. You're a wife guy, and I respect the hell out of that. I love a good wife guy, alright? But calm the fuck on. All this talk with Oishi about how you're in enemy territory, and now you're gonna leave the building that Oishi is currently in and go to some fucking payphone out in the middle of the village that you yourself are so worried about, like, oh, someone could fucking shank me and no one would be any the wiser because everyone would have their story together. And you're just gonna abandon everything like that, all because you really need to talk to your wife. Like, you yourself said, like, that they're almost closing. Like, at this point, like, fuck, man, I don't know. I would just, like, wait. Go back to Okanomiya with Oishi and call her the next day. As soon as you got the time, call her the next day. I don't know, this just seems really fucking dumb. Like, especially after they've already had the conversation where Oishi, like, reinforces the idea of, like, you're in enemy territory, being, like, he even says, like, this hospital's safe, but, like, you know, you never know. And now you're leaving the hospital. Like, the one, like, potentially safe zone there is. All because you have to tell Yuki that you're coming home as soon as you can. It just, God, that just seems so dumb. That just seems so dumb. It really does. Or, like, you're so desperate, right, to talk to her, but when the guy says, oh, you could use the phone in the office, you're clearly not desperate enough to be like, oh, but the hospital staff might hear me. Like, what kind of conversation are you going to be having, right? Right? You're like, sure, you're going to be all lovey-dovey over the phone, and, who cares what the people in fucking Hinamizawa think, all right? Who cares what they think of your conversation? As far as you know, you're never coming back here again. So who gives a fuck what they think about your conversation with your wife? Who cares what kind of looks they give you if you're, having a goofy conversation with your wife? But no, you're gonna leave the fucking hospital dressed in nothing but a hospital gown and walk into the village just to get to a fucking payphone? My guy. No, this is dumb. This is genuinely so fucking dumb. This has reached a point where it's like, this is hard to, like, suspend my disbelief, quite honestly. This is dumb. If you were that desperate, would you not take the route that wastes less time? Right? You waste less time by going into the fucking office and using their phone. You waste less time. It's right there in that building you're in. And the fact that you would care about what other people think of your conversation, people that you will never see again, that's... I want the people in the hospital office around while I was talking. Like, genuinely, what could you be talking about? I wasn't planning to have a conversation to feel guilty about, but it would still be embarrassing to have someone listen to the conversation between me and Yukie. Who cares? Who cares? Right? Who cares? Why? God, this is just dumb. Like, he hasn't even left the building yet, so for all I know, like, we don't know for sure if he's gonna do it, but just this setup is genuinely so dumb. Just to get him out of the hospital to cause some more conflict. This is this is dumb. Oh, this is so fucking dumb. Follow the road to the shopping district. Should be able to find one soon enough. Only those 2 lines is my guide. I ran outside the gates of the hospital. With the village nestled in a valley, when the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sun is setting, my guy. It's dark out. And you're like, I gotta get to a payphone. They're closed. The visiting hours are over. We already know by the time you get to a payphone, visiting hours are over. You're gonna call them up. They're like, oh, the Tokyo General Hospital or what the fuck ever. Like, yeah, I want to call my wife. Like, oh, sorry, visiting hours are over. And you wasted all this time. And then you're gonna get jumped. And then, fuck, I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the guys from before, right? One of the perps from before shows up. It was like, got you now, blue boy. And then tries to pull some shit. Like, obviously, we know you survive because we saw you in the present day. Or even later in the present day, right? Because, fuck, I forget. What year did, like, the prologue of this chapter take place in? It was, like, several years after the events of, like, Keiichi's story, right? Didn't he say it had been, like, 7 years? It was, like, 7 or 8 years since he had met Oishi, something like that. And this takes place in 78, so it was in like 85, I think. It was like 85 or 86, something like that. So like we know you survive your encounter with Hinamizawa. We know you do, right? That doesn't make this any less dumb. That doesn't make this any less fucking stupid. The sparse streetlights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, knowing the time for their course was soon at a close, redoubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as the person at the hospital had suggested. And fuck, we already know you don't. That's the thing. I even fucking connect that dot in the back of my mind. We already know from viewing the tip scene that you don't. Because, like, your wife looks out the window and is like, man, I remember the Higurashi and all this stuff. But then, like, we hear the call over the intercom that visiting hours are over. Right? We hear that over the intercom in the hospital. So we already know he doesn't make it to his phone call. He doesn't get to do it. God. And, like, no shit, he doesn't. This is so dumb. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as the person at the hospital had suggested. Was it still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Was I just getting farther away? Just as I was about to be crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop in the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. My joy spurred me onwards. Just as I entered the hospital, set next to the counter of the cigarette shop was an antiquated payphone. I wasn't wearing a watch, so I didn't know what time it was. Probably didn't have much time left, though. You probably have no time. But it was enough. It wasn't. Just as long as I could tell Yuki my job was done, I would be coming home soon. Brother. Going this far just to tell her that one sentence, it's not worth it. Because that's the thing he already said is that, like, calling Tokyo is going to burn through my change anyway. I'm not going to have a long conversation with her regardless, even if I can get through. So it's like, why would you not just save it? Why would you not just save it until you can have a longer conversation with her? right? Like before you leave your hotel, right? Before you check out, fucking call her and say, hey, I'm getting ready to leave the hotel, babe. I'm going to be home soon. The job's done. The next day, you can do that. You can do that. I get wanting to tell her as soon as possible, but you should look at the signs and be like, yeah, okay, it's just not going to work tonight. You thought like, oh, I'll run to the payphone in the office. Oh, that's weird. The cord's cut. And then you're just so desperate that you're like, oh, well, no, I got this whole setup's fucking stupid. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. I felt that something was strange, just like at the hospital. Damn, who would have guessed? It's almost like Hinamizawa is this secluded village, right? Where they don't want information getting out. Surprise, surprise, all the public payphones are cut. Even after inserting the code, the phone showed no response. I hung up the receiver and tried putting the coin in one more time. There was absolutely no response. This phone was dead. It couldn't be. Thing that I felt along the cord that protruded from the back of the phone. Doing that, my hands found the end of a completely severed line. What is this? Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. Oh, now you're uneased? Now? Now you finally... It seemed that the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some sort. And I may be mistaken, but it looked like much time had passed since it was cut. Damn, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? It's almost like the village knew there was a Fed in the fucking village. It's almost like Oishi told you that, like, hey, maybe we get you out of here so you're not stuck in, enemy territory. It's almost like you yourself, leading up this whole time, we're talking about, like, man, they could just take someone out and all say they have an alibi and, like, practically the perfect crime. This whole time, this whole fucking time, you've been on this shit. And, like, not once does it pop into your brain, like, I shouldn't go out into the middle of Hinamizawa village by myself. Even after you have the conversation with Oishi where he reminds you this is enemy territory. He's like, I trust the doctor a bit. Like, I think you'd be safe at the hospital. But also, this is enemy territory. He reinforces that idea in your brain. But for some reason, you are just overcome with the absolute need to fucking talk to your wife for a matter of seconds to tell her something you could just as well tell her the next day. Something that doesn't lose any importance by waiting until you have more time to talk. Or waiting until you're at least out of fucking Hinamizawa. This whole setup is... I keep repeating it, I know, but it genuinely baffles me how dumb this whole setup is. Like, I get it. Akasaka loves his wife. We know this, alright? He cannot be this fucking delusional about it that he just completely ignores everything around him, especially after moments before it was reinforced in his mind of, like, what his current surroundings are, about what his current situation is. But he is just that deluded with the need to speak to his wife that suddenly everything goes out the fucking window. Oh, it's so dumb.
すみません.
You are a fucking idiot. And now you're calling out to the villagers? Oh my god. Oh my god, what is wrong with you? You know these villagers hate outsiders. You know this. You have already talked about how they would, they could get away with it because all the village is all unified and together and whatnot. You know they're on your fucking neck. You know that they know who you are, where you came from, what your mission is. Like, sure, even if the Sonozakis gave the okay for the boy to be released, you still got into a conflict with other people under the Sonozaki payroll. And obviously, who do you think the villagers are going to side with there, buddy? My God. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. This whole leading up to this entire chapter, I'm like, you know what? We got an adult who like thinks things through somewhat, right? We saw the whole like the mahjong scene was dope because it was like, oh yeah, you underestimated me, but I'm actually a lot smarter than you thought. I played you old fellas like fools, all right? Played you like violins, all right? I got you. Now give me my information that I want. All right? And it's like, damn, this guy's got some brains on him. This guy knows what the fuck he's doing. But Jesus, like, I guess all them shots to the dome from the rock really fucked your brain. Because how the fuck are you this overcome with the urge to speak to your wife? How is this one sentence, this couple of sentences, this handful of seconds of being able to speak to your wife so unbelievably fucking important? It's not like your wife's on death's door. It's not like, oh, I just found out the front door of the hospital she in is tripwired with explosives. I gotta call her to make sure she doesn't walk out the front door. That'd be some shit where I'd be like, oh, it doesn't matter what my surroundings are. This is like urgent. I have to call her. I have to let you know. It'd have to be something so insane like that. Like some true life or death type shit. To be this fucking enraptured with the need to call her and let her know this one message. I have a pocket full of change. I could only have a few seconds to speak with her, but this is so urgent. I need to get this message across. It has to be something like some life or death type shit, and that's not what this is. I have to call my wife, tell her I'm coming home. Brother, my God. that sentiment is not worth all this. It is not worth interacting with the villagers who don't fucking like you. You were warned to stay the fuck out of Tokyo by Rika. You heard from the informant that they are watching your ass, and if you make any fucking moves that they don't align with, that they think is just a step too far out of line, they will fucking end you. You were informed of this. This one message is not worth all of this. This is fucking insane. Genuinely. What the fuck? Eventually there were sounds of somebody plodding down some stairs and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding in lethargic steps for some reason only served to make me more frantic.
タバコですかいね。
Tabako. Tabako desu ka ne? You need some tobacco, buddy?
小さまでねんと。
タバコを買いたいわけじゃないこの電話が。
Yeah. Jesus fuck. You already had this conversation with the hospital staff. There's no way you are this fucking dead set in relaying this message that you can't take a second to think, oh yeah, what are they gonna fucking do about it? You're calling people down like, hey, your phone's fucked up. And you can't think for a moment to be like, well, fuck, like, obviously, like, the hospital staff couldn't do anything. These people, they sell smokes. What are they gonna know about phones, right? Like, it took you waking them up late at night. Well, probably not late at night, but still in the evening And all of a sudden you realize, oh wait, what are they gonna do? But like, oh, where did your brains go, Akasaka? Where did your brains go? Clearly on the fucking forest floor. Because, like, what the fuck is left in your head at this point?
この電話が壊れてるみたいなんで、別の公衆電話があるところを教えてもらいたいのですが。
The old lady moved her jaw up and down slowly, as if chewing on the meaning of my words, seeing that she wouldn't understand until she had digested things thoroughly.
電話そんな難儀だわ。
That's the same phrase the guy at the hospital used.
他の公衆電話を当たってください。
The old lady directed me to another payphone that seemed quite a ways away. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started to get impatient. At that moment, I spotted a clock in the dim interior of the store. The minute hand was just about to point straight up. Even if there was a phone right here that I could use, I would only be able to tell Yuki good night with the time I had left. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone, which I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was of a normal state of mind, deciding to give up the phone today would have been the natural thought process. It sure would have been. It sure would have been. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you're going to do it. You saw the clock. You know there's no time. But at the moment, I become somewhat stubborn for some reason. For some reason? Don't give me that for some reason bullshit. It doesn't make sense. If I was in a normal, like he said, like if I was in a normal state of mind, this would be my plan of, I would just give up. What? Like, I get it. You're suffering from some head trauma, right? You're probably concussed a bit. Probably concussed a lot, quite honestly. So, like, sure, that I guess you could argue that's not a normal state of mind, but, like, what delirium are you under to where you don't just say, that's enough? What delirium are you under to where you just say, that's enough? We've taken this too far. I've put in the effort. It didn't work. That's enough. Genuinely, I can't even believe that a severe concussion at this point would be enough for him to be so dead set. And maybe it's just because I don't know enough about concussions. Maybe someone could say like, oh no, having a concussion, this is honestly a pretty believable response if someone's, concussed. Like, that could be true. For all I know, that could be true. I am definitely no expert on concussions, on head wounds, on brain trauma. Yeah, I'm no fucking neuroscientist. I don't fucking know this shit. But from what little I do know and do understand, there's no way he is this fucked up in the head that he's about to do the dumbest shit possible. Unable to use the phone in the hospital and coming out here and still being unable to use one. There is no mistaking that I had become quite insistent on using a phone. Why?
その電話ボックス探してみます。
Refusing her offer to draw me a map, I left the tobacco shop. Really? Really? She was much nicer than I expected any villager to be to you, quite honestly. But she offers to draw you a map. Brother, you're already out of time. You know this. It's got to be something to do with, like, the brain trauma. It's got to be. Like, he initially goes to the hospital payphone because he's like, I want to call my wife and tell her the good news. I have enough time. I have enough change in my pocket to where, like, I could get the message across. But, like, for some reason now his brain, through whatever trauma, concussion, whatever, is like, now his goal is no longer like, I need to call my wife. For some reason his brain is locked into, I need to use a phone. I need to use a phone. But even then, this still feels dumb because there's a phone at the hospital. There's a phone at the hospital. Because clearly at this point, it's not about your conversation with Yukie. You just want to use a phone. Honestly, that I can find somewhat believable. That your brain is no longer thinking, I need to call my wife and tell her the good news. Your brain is like, no, we need to use a phone. We started the process of using a phone. I need to use a phone. I need to use a phone. I could understand that after the trauma your fucking head is taken, that your brain is just locked into that idea of like, we need to use a phone. But if you are that locked into the idea of using a phone, you know where one is. They offered it to you. They said, we have a phone in the office. You know this. And you know from Oishi that potentially the only safe area you have in this village is that hospital. And that's only potentially, right? And now you're being told you have, the next payphone, you gotta go out to this remote area. Like, I'm guessing it's the payphone where Keiichi ended up tearing his throat out in chapter 1. You know, the one that's like a fair distance outside of the village, right? That is so dumb. That is so dumb. According to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. If I just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I'll admit that I was quite steadfast about calling Yukie. But there were days when I was tired or busy when I wouldn't call her. Even today, my entire body was covered with injuries and I was dead tired. On top of that, there wasn't much time left. There's no time left. What do you mean there wasn't much time left? There's no time left. You yourself acknowledged as much. You saw the clock in the interior of their store. And saw that and said yourself that even if there was a usable phone right next to you, you would have time to utter as much as like a sentence. A few words. You yourself acknowledged that, and now you're going out to some remote location and being like, I don't have much time left. Brother, there's no time. And it's one thing if like I, the reader, know there's no time, but you're still like wandering in the dark, steadfast, wanting to call her. But you yourself acknowledge there's no time. You yourself have already acknowledged there's no time. And maybe this is just some excuse his brain is throwing him to be like, no. There's not much time. We gotta use the phone. Even if he already registered, like, oh yeah, visiting hours are over. His brain's like, not much time. We gotta use the phone. I kind of get it, but at the same time, God, this is fucking dumb. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of those days I didn't call her. Having twice been foiled trying to call her, I had become hot-headed about it. Was I like a dog who was being told to stay with a piece of food dangled in my face? Great fucking question. Even so, I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach. Good. There should be no quelling that feeling. The moment you stepped outside the hospital, you should have been feeling uneasy, especially at night. It was like that with the hospital phone, and the same with the one at the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not severed from being frayed by long years of use. The clean cuts indicated that someone had taken something sharp and deliberately cut them. But who, and for what reason? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt, so I tried to push the thought aside. No! Don't push that thought aside! How much did I run so far? Because, like, clearly they're doing it because you're there. Anyone else in Hinamizawa, the actual residents, they have a home phone. They have a home phone. They need to get a hold of someone. Oh, the payphone's cut. Shit, well, I guess I'll have to run back home and use that phone. Right? Or they know someone. They know another friend nearby, another resident, that they can be like, hey, sorry to bother you, payphone's fucked. Can I use your phone? They're gonna be like, oh yeah, you're one of my neighbors. Of course I'll let you use your phone, whatever. The villagers aren't gonna give two fucks about the payphone being cut. Because at the end of the day, there's definitely other alternatives they got. But an outsider who can't invite themselves into someone else's home, who doesn't have a home himself to go back to, he needs a payphone. He needs it. Which all of this is still so fucking dumb, considering that the guy in the hospital offered you the fucking office phone. I still can't believe nothing in your conversation with your wife could be so embarrassing that you would need to go to all these lengths to use a payphone. That you were worried that much about your privacy that you would need to go all these lengths. It still makes zero sense. At this point, if you are that obsessed with needing to use a phone that you were willing to go to the outskirts of the village or even beyond the outskirts, as I'm pretty sure, why would you not just say, fuck it, who cares who hears my conversation? I'll go use the hospital phone. Like, clearly it seems like this was meant as some sort of trap for him, right? Oh, I cut both the payphones in the village, so now the only payphone is the one outside of the village. Right? Obviously it's some kind of trap. You know, oh, this Fed's gonna try to call someone, so I'm gonna lure him out to the outskirts of the village to this secluded payphone, and then I'm gonna jump him. Such an obvious trap, right? And it all could have been avoided if you would just use the fucking... Like, why? He's sitting here like, I'm quelling this uneasy feeling in my stomach. Why? Why? Once is like a coincidence. It's very unfortunate. Twice the phone line has been cut and you're not suspicious of anything. You are just that deluded with the fucking urge to fucking ring a phone for some reason. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh my god. I simply do not get it. How much did I run so far? The scenery around me was no longer that of a shopping district with residential buildings scattered about the lonely road. Oh, you mean less and less witnesses? Uh-huh. The surroundings had already grown dark. Yup, it's almost like it's nighttime. I was blatantly out too far for a quick phone call, and it was quite obvious I was far removed from the hospital. Oh, you don't fucking say. I recalled the clock outside the tobacco shop. Might almost be time. It is time. It is time. You yourself acknowledged it. You yourself said even if there was a phone, a working phone, right there in front of you, you would have only time to say a few words. You yourself said this. Like, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Even if there was a phone right here that I could use, I would only be able to tell Yuki a good night with the time I had left. You yourself said this. You yourself monologued this to yourself. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone, meaning outside of the village, meaning on the outskirts. You are currently in the shopping district. Well, at least you started in the shopping district. Currently, you're who knows where, but currently you started in the shopping district. I don't know about you, but typically a shopping district ain't on the outskirts of the town. So it's not like you go from the shopping district to the outskirts in a few minutes, right? In just a brief jog. And like I said, if I was of a normal state of mind, like, I still can't believe that a head injury could fuck you up this much that you're ignoring your own inner thoughts like this. Your own inner thoughts told you there's no time. There's no time to make the phone call. Even if there was a phone right here, I couldn't even get across the message I initially wanted to call her for. I just can't believe that someone could be this obsessed with a task. That they're going through all this effort for something they know isn't going to happen. You're going through all this effort, and even if you don't get jumped, right? You make it all to the way to the payphone. It turns out it was never a trap set for you. You make it all the way there. and you're gonna fucking call. It's either A, the line's gonna be cut again, or B, you're gonna fucking ring the phone and the harsh reality is gonna be thrown back in your face of, oh yeah, visiting hours are way over. Like, what the fuck is your end goal? What is your damage? Like, what's the move then? You're clearly so desperate to talk to your wife. You're clearly so desperate. What's the fucking move then? What's the fucking move when you call and the hospital says no, visiting hours are over? What's the fucking move then? Because clearly you're desperate. Oh, the hospital telling me no isn't going to stop me. What's next? You're going to start fucking walking to Tokyo in your fucking gown? Is that your next fucking move? Well, if I can't call her, I guess I'll just show up. I guess I'll just barge my way into the hospital. I better start walking to Tokyo. Is that what you're going to start doing? Which, let me remind the class here, he himself has said that even taking buses and trains, it takes several hours to get from Tokyo to Okonomiya. His own words. So clearly that's not realistically possible. But like, is that your next move? Are you that desperate to have a conversation with your wife? Is your brain that fucked up that you're just gonna start walking to Tokyo? At what point do you fucking hang it up, dude? I know he said like, oh, if I was in a normal state of mind, I would have given up already. But like, where do we draw the line? I'd like, what? Where does your delirium clear itself up? And when does reality bite you in the dick again? Cause like, what the fuck is going on? Genuinely, none of this shit happening right now makes any sense to me. Even considering this man suffering from a head injury, like a definite concussion, like, this shit don't make no sense to me. Here, you know what? I'm actually gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it right now. Do concussions do concussions make you dumber? Yeah, right. That's one of the fucking auto fill it options. Do concussions affect reasoning? Yes, concussions commonly affect reasoning, decision making, and executive function by disrupting the brain's ability to process information efficiently, often causing temporary deficits in judgment, problem solving, and organization. These cognitive challenges usually resolve within weeks, but some individuals may experience increased impulsivity, poor judgment, and reduced ability to evaluate consequences. Okay, so he's suffering from a concussion. Slower mental processing, brain fog, trouble with concentration or memory. Like the memory thing I knew, but concussions typically do not lower general intelligence, but rather hinder the brain. Uh-huh. But that it does say it increases impulsivity and poor judgment and reduces your ability to evaluate consequences. So this, you could say this is a genuine result of a concussion. That his current state, he's essentially concussed. He's acting very impulsively. He's not able to judge his decisions efficiently, and he's not at all thinking about the consequences of his actions. So even knowing that this is all potentially justified, right? That if you just say he has a concussion and it's fucking up his sense of judgment and, affecting his impulsivity, I still just am so baffled by how dumb this all is. Like, I'll give him the benefit of the benefit. He has an excuse, right? When I saw Keiichi moving stupid in the previous chapter, right? It was like he's young and he just doesn't know any better. But like Akasaka has the better excuse of like he's had his skull bashed in with a rock. Like maybe bashed in isn't the proper term, but he's been beaten over the head with a rock several times over. Like there is like almost no doubt that he's concussed. Even from the knowledge we knew about concussions back whenever this was written, because I know this story's quite. Oh, okay, 1 second. Google. Let me just double check. Higurashi release date. When was it? 2002, 2006. No, oh, you're fucking talking about the anime. Fuck off. The first chapter was released in Japan in 2002. Okay. So our knowledge of. So I know like our knowledge of concussions definitely weren't the best at this point in time. Let's see. Himatsubushi in Japan, 2004. So, like... But even knowing what we did know, like... This still makes sense. This still would make sense for someone with a head injury. It makes sense. I'm not gonna sit here and act like... You know, after doing a little bit of research, I'm not gonna sit here and act like, yo, this is wild. Why would Ryukishi write something like this? Doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It definitely makes sense. I just still can't help but be bothered by how dumb it all is. It makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. But it still is just like, as the person reading this who is not concussed, who is in a stable state of mind, all the red flags are going off, and I can't help but be like, I'm sitting in the passenger seat, like shaking the driver, being like, "Why the fuck are you going off the road? You're going towards the cliff. Turn the fucking wheel. What are you doing? Stop!" But the driver's sitting there going, "Wee." Anyway, after all that, I had run for quite a bit, so my breathing had grown quite ragged. If I just wanted to hear Yukie's voice, I should have just thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. I'm saying. I regretted it a little. A little? Well then, was it about time to give up? It was time to give up ages ago, bud. Just when I thought that, I saw the light in front of me. I finally found it. Perfect timing. It was a phone booth. Oh, I recognize this intersection all too well. I recognize this intersection all too well. I didn't realize that the phone booth where fucking Keiichi clawed out his own throat was at this fucking area where Tomitake himself got clawed his throat out. It seemed that the light in the phone booth had recently been changed as it shone with a vivid white light. You don't say. Yeah, no, this ain't a setup at all, bud. Nope. They cut the lines of the other two payphones, and oh, what's this? They replaced the light bulb in this payphone to shine as bright as it possibly could? Damn. Coincidence. What a coincidence. Fuck. Turn the wheel. Turn the wheel. Although in the gloom of Hinamizawa, it was nothing more than a gathering spot for moths. But in any case, I had finally found it. As my hand touched the door to the phone booth, I realized that I was breathing and sweating heavily. Yeah? I didn't know what time it was right now, but even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yukie. What makes you think that? Since I spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try was out of the question. Of course it was, bud. Of course. Of course. God forbid you have a moment of clarity that goes, this isn't gonna work, and leave. Nope, we gotta see it through to the end. Even though It's such an obvious fucking trap. God forbid we turn the wheel before we go off the cliffside. Before I picked up the receiver, another wave of uneasiness washed over me. Oh, fuck, this car is aimed at a cliff. This makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. Oh, well. I was worried this phone cord might be severed as well. Oh, that's what you were worried about. Not worried about everything surrounding you leading up to this fucking phone booth. No. Oh, but what about... How's the cord in this phone booth? So I followed the bundle of cables. They ran along the corner into the ceiling. At a glance, nothing was out of the ordinary. I ran my finger as far as I could along the line to check it out. The only thing they found was a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of the ordinary. I wondered if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut the cords of payphones as some sort of tasteless prank. My guy... I know you're not thinking straight. I already know you're not. No one thinking straight would be in this situation in the first place. But considering the sort of tumultuous state Hinamizawa is in, might you not think the payphones are cut for a different reason? Might be prudent to talk to Oishi about this later. Sure, bud. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. Yep. In any case, this one was fine. This time. What a fucking coincidence. By all means, go ahead, bud. Pulling out a coin from my pocket with one hand, I picked up the receiver with the other. But this time, before the receiver reached my ear, I felt something was off. The receiver was light. It was more than a slight unpleasant feeling. It was almost sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered into the receiver at my hand with a measure of reluctance. The coiled cord, Fucking A, that's hilarious. So the actual cord isn't damaged, but they fucking disconnected the cord from the receiver itself. The coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, the tip of the cable swaying in the air. It was all I could do to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. It was a type of dread. At that moment, I heard the crunch of somebody stepping on gravel. The light was reflecting off the glass walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see outside into the darkness. I steeled myself and stepped out of the phone booth. The inside of the booth was lit with that strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I could feel a chill wash over me. And there was the silhouette of a person. The silhouette of a man. A small silhouette. Rika? The long hair of that silhouette was blown about by the cool breeze. Is Rika?
怪我人が病院を抜け出してはいけないのですよ。
Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. I didn't have any basis for it, but I knew that she was that girl.
ねえ、赤坂。
She, Rika Furude, said that almost like it was a warning.
君が電話のコード。
Her expression remained unchanged, and my question was left unanswered. In other words, no response. Regardless, I felt that she had affirmed my suspicions.
どうしてこんなことをするんだ?
Why would you do something like this?
どうして?
The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem very afraid. Of course not.
もうどうにもならないことです。
She's got the home field advantage, buddy. You think she's fucking scared?
No.
I interpreted her words as meaning that I wasn't going to be in time for calling hours at the hospital. Thinking about it, that would have been a strange thing to say. Why would she know something like that? I could take what she said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not even moving an inch. Almost to the point that if the wind wasn't occasionally rustling through her long hair, there'd be the illusion that time had stopped.
赤坂が私を気味悪く思っているのが。
いや、そんなことないよ。
My denial came out almost like a bad piece of composed for poetry slam. No, that's not true. But her words were right on the mark. I'd always felt something ominous and uncanny about her. Fuck you, that's one of my goats. How dare you. Ever since her strange threats at the shrine. She had noticed that my expression was contrary to my words, seemingly laughing at the gap between them.
赤坂の怖がり。
怖がってなんかいないよ。
Being laughed at by the small child didn't sit well with me, so I said that.
もう電話を探しても。
そうだな。
She didn't even have to say it. I was absolutely too late. I've already missed calling hours even by the time I reached this phone booth. I was too late. I had no option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with phones suddenly faded. So it took someone else to say it to your face for you to be like, oh, right, your own thoughts, your own brain told you this, and you ignored it. But the moment someone else says, bro, give it up, you're like, yeah, no, I should give it up. Okay. Even I thought that it was strange that I was that obsessed. So why? Whatever. That strange obsession gone, I now began to laugh at how hopeless I was. I mean, just look at what I was wearing. It wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals. My head wrapped in bandages, my body completely soaked in sweat. It was a wonder that the old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. With wanting to hear Yukie's voice as my motive, I had traipsed around the town the entire evening. I didn't know whether to call it the follies of youth or simply plain embarrassing. The second. In any case, it was all I could do but to laugh at
もう
myself.
これで今夜赤坂がすることは何。
そうだな。おとなしく病院へ引き上げるさ。
それがいいので病院への道。
わかるつもりだよ。
She waved her little hand as I began to head back to the way I came. She began to follow alongside me. Looking at her face, I could see that she wore a mischievous smile, as if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost.
リカちゃんの家もこっちの方向なのかい？
なのですよ。
こんな時間に一人で表を歩いてると。
別に今日はご両親は忙しい日なので、僕のことなど忘れていますですよ。
それでも帰ってきっと怒るよ。
それでも赤坂とおしゃべりする方が面白いのでいいのです。
She said that with a face free from worry as she looked up at me once more and smiled. When she showed me that smile, the eerie feeling surrounding her faded. But even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. She's mysterious, but she's not creepy. Fuck you. We arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier. It was much darker than before. The point of view changed on the return trip. I wasn't very confident that this was actually the corner I turned at. There's no mistake. It had to be this corner. So I began to move my feet again. The girl grabbed onto my clothes.
赤坂は病院へ戻るの。
もちろん道間違
Short
え
moment
た。
of silence. Eventually, still holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on.
電話のコードを切って回ってたのリカちゃんだろ。ダメだよ。もうしゃ。
僕には
本当にかい？
She tried to play dumb, but it was written all over her face.
ニパー。
I mean, shit, I forgive her. It was obvious she was trying to laugh it off. That adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. Absolutely. Ugh, I'm going to be a horrible father, aren't I? That momentary lapse in tension was erased by her next words. I love the 1-2 combo. Hit him with the nipa and then be like, you're gonna fucking die.
孫、無事に見つかってよかったです。
Yeah, no, to immediately cut to some, like, serious topic. I love it. Like, yeah, you let your guard down. You think I'm so cute and innocent. It's good that the grandson's safe and sound now. Like, wait, how would you know that? Unable to respond right away, I sunk into silence. I already learned this from Sato-san's info, didn't I? This girl, no, this entire village knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb, but in the end I chose not to. Everything being known already, there's no point in me feigning ignorance.
なんとかね。
それはよかったです。これで東京に帰れますですよ。
ありがと
赤坂の怪我はひどいのですか？
う。さあ、ひどいのかどうか、医者の診察を聞いてないからわからないな。
Huh? I mean, think of it. I vaguely remembered being told to lie down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Yeah, that's another thing. When I was looking up, like, concussion symptoms, they were like, rest is very important for treating concussions. Like, you should be absolutely resting, not doing any kind of intense movement. Like, Yeah, I know. So I'm sure fucking running to all over the village trying to get to a phone booth definitely isn't doing you any damn favors. Did that mean bed rest? Yeah, no, it's almost like he wanted you to stay overnight or something. What did he mean by rest? Did he want me to just sit in a chair? Yeah, no, he wanted you to fucking lay down, not move.
怪我人は病院を抜け出してはいけないのですよ。
電話のコードだって切っちゃいけないんだぞ。
みー。
I forgive her.
僕には何のことやらわからないのです。
じゃあこっちだって何のことかわからないや。
As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. Somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips.
赤坂が生きてこの村を出られる確率は、僕は赤坂に死んでほしくはないので、生きて村を出ることができて嬉しいです。
One could almost say it's a miracle? I'm saying, if there was some kind of entity, I don't know, something like a witch out there who specialized in miracles, I would say maybe she pulled some strings and made something happen. Yo, just to like guess or something. Just, maybe, I don't know. That'd be crazy, right? Witches aren't real.
リカちゃん、最初っから私の正体は知ってたんだろ？
She said nothing but gave a firm nod.
なら分かっていると思うけど、私たちはこの村なのに君はいろいろと忠告してくれたね。
That's right. She said it at that time. She wouldn't warn somebody that she was okay with dying. She definitely said something like that.
なら
感謝した方がいいの。僕は命の恩人なのです。
Saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. She said jokingly, but the meaning behind those words was quite heavy. That was because whether I lived or died was a decision that might have been made in place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. The Guardian's office was there. It was the stone steps leading up to the Hurade shrine. When I passed by before, I was so focused on finding a phone booth, I hadn't realized where I was.
確かこの神社がリカちゃんの家だったよね。
まあ、そんなものです。
Leaning up at the shrine grounds, it was brightly lit and energetic voices could be heard. Oh, it's okay. See, I was starting to suspect that when she said that her parents were busy, so she wouldn't even notice. I'm like, is it the night of the Watanagashi? What was going on? Oh. Interesting. So I think this isn't the first year that the deaths take place, I don't think. Right? Technically 79 would be the first year, right? Or 70. Because 79, 80, 81, 82. And then Keiichi is the 5th year in 83, right? And this takes place in 88. Or not 88, 78. But maybe this is where they start, like, because I'm thinking there were 2 people, very important number that, 2 people, who were watching the kid, right? And now that the kid has been saved, these 2 people might be seen as a bit of a liability. And since these 2 people are clearly, criminals, they're not really gonna, no one's really gonna miss them much, right? The village is gonna get its story straight. The Yakuza family's gonna get their story straight. These 2 people. Wouldn't surprise me too much if one of them disappeared and one of them turned up dead. It doesn't make the big, it's not gonna make, big waves on the news, because the kidnapping of the son is gonna be kept under wraps. That information doesn't get out. Right? So was that the play? Was that the play? They give the wallet to they give like Oishi gets the go ahead from the Sonozakis that they're gonna release the boy, right? And I'm guessing the Sonozakis probably gave them the message of like bring the public safety officer with you, right? Bring that Tokyo boy with you. And essentially they decided that whoever wins that outcome, right, keeps the boy, and whoever loses that conflict is the new sacrifice for the Watanagashi. For this year's Watanagashi, right? And maybe that's, once again, maybe that's why Mion has some deep-seated hatred for Oishi. Because 2 of the people who worked for the Sonozaki family had to get cacked because Oishi successfully did his job. Oishi and Akasaka actually managed to overpower these guys and rescue the boy. So the Sonozakis lost 2 fucking officers while Oishi and a Fed got to walk free, right? And I'm sure that fucking grinds Mion's gears like a motherfucker. And that's why in the present day, we see she has a lot of deep-seated fucking hatred for this dude. Even though clearly he is also on the Sonozaki's payroll, he's not like a diehard loyal member like, these actual, I can only assume, I don't think officer is the right word, but like these actual members of the Sonozaki family are. Members as in like members of like the Yakuza family, the Yakuza side of things. Okay. Okay. And the reason why these freak deaths started to become like a thing that got a lot of attention was because they end up murking the damn foreman, right? The next year after this one, they end up murking the damn foreman, and this isn't one that can be kept, and that's not one that can be kept under wraps, right? But just because that's the first incident we knew of, right? That Keiichi knows of, right? Or even Takano knows of, right? Because usually it's like Takano that tells us all about this shit. Or like the first time it was Oishi. And maybe because Oishi survived, this little interaction here, that's when he got led in on what was going on, right? Maybe. Could be. Because maybe Oishi didn't know what actually happened to the 2 perpetrators, right? Or maybe he did, but like, in chapter 1, he doesn't tell Keiichi about it because that'd just be a whole other can of worms that that would expose like him knowing about that would expose his own connection to the Sonozakis, right? So like obviously he's not going to spill that details if that is the case. And maybe it's just because it's not something that was heavily reported, and because it became before the damn incident, it's not something that Takano herself is very knowledgeable of either. Because I don't think Takano has an in with the Sonozakis that I know of. I don't quite think she's connected to him. That's interesting. Interesting.
今日はお祭りの日なのですよ。
お祭り？
ひなみ沢村の唯一で一番の綿流しのお祭りです。
綿流し？
祭りなんて名ばかりの見ますですか？
She asked bluntly. Akasaka. Seeing that I looked interested, she climbed up a couple steps and motioned for me to come. I was only going back to sleep anyways. If I had nothing else to do, it might not be a bad idea to go with her on a little detour. It could be, though. It definitely could be. Clearly, you're not one of the victims, right? Because we know you're like in 85, doing shit, but like... I mean, I guess. It's somewhat reasonable. right? Because everything up to this point, you know, like, despite whatever, what the fuck is the word I have? Despite whatever you think about Rika, like, you know that she's looking out for you. Right? She herself essentially confirms this when she says, yeah, I'm pretty much your savior. Right? She says it kind of jokingly, but you know there's some truth in that. So honestly, if you do think about it, it's probably best not to leave Rika's side. Because the moment you're walking on your own is the moment you're open for anyone to take advantage of you, especially here at night. Even if it is the Watanagashi. So honestly, I can't be too mad at this decision. In the hostile territory that was this village, I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Oishi. Even though I thought of the village like that, when I was with this girl, I forgot all about it. Well, once again, you wouldn't want to venture down a side road by yourself. Either you could go down a road with Rika or without Rika. Those are your options right now. Like, yeah, going it alone is definitely the more dangerous option. Even if Rika is also a resident of the village. Like, it's definitely a smarter move. In any case, even without anything to back it up, I felt that as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. It definitely feels that way. That's why, even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of the Onagahuji Guardian's territory. Climbing up to the grounds of the shrine, yeah, I'm sure that's doing wonders for your concussion. I can see there were about 3 pavilions set up, with meeting tables and folding chairs. The old folks from the village, no, the executives of the Guardians, were already quite drunkenly sharing another round of drinks. I could only see it as people from the village council drinking while enjoying the evening air. At the very least, it was certainly quite different than any festival I'd ever seen.
ね、つまんないお祭りでしょ。
これは確かにお祭りには見えないね。
大昔からずっと続いてきたお祭りですが、見ての通り、すっかり寂れてしまったのですよ。
As if to chide the old folks, she said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. You really couldn't call this a festival anymore. So what, they really amped it up and turned it into like a real festival? Well, I guess they kind of did say that, didn't they? After the dam site murder, didn't they say that a lot of people started showing up and really showing interest in the festival because like it was being painted as like the curse, right? So they wanted to show that they were very supportive of Hinamizawa and the village and whatnot. So that's why all of a sudden it became a much bigger thing. So I'm guessing like once the actual like deaths that have been happening, because I can only assume they've been happening, right? Because I feel like that's what happened to to our perpetrators that ran to the woods, right? Like, yes, they were still on the Sonozaki payroll, but also they were witnesses. They were witnesses that weren't able to hold their own against, their enemies, and at that point, like, if you want to guarantee that the Sonozaki has zero involvement, right? Because at this point, I'm sure they know that public safety is gonna try to cover it up, right? They're aware of this. They're trying to cover it up, slide it under the rug, no one's gonna talk about it. So to ensure that no one talks about it, it wouldn't surprise me that they, take the captors out of the equation. It was just a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival.
こんなみっともないお祭りも5、6年もすると村中が総出でやってきて、
Well, fuck, that's quite the prediction.
ちゃんと儀式も真面目にやる立派なお祭りになるのですよ。
What she said was not so much wishful thinking as it was the telling of a future that had already been determined. She wasn't even predicting it. It was almost like she was simply reporting the results. That's how it sounded. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. I mean, I guess it does kind of make sense, because that's the thing. When Burncastle self-inserts herself into a story, right? They're typically not like an actual character that was part of the story. okay, well, no. I say that, like, my only frame of reference is Umineko, so I can't say that, like, oh, typically that's what happens. I only have one frame of reference. But thinking about it from that perspective, like, we know, like, in terms of Umineko, we know Erika wasn't actually a part of what happened on that island. In the actual truth of the matter. But it seems like Rika herself was. It seems like Rika herself is truly part of this village. She plays a much bigger role in things. She's clearly someone who's been a part of this friend group. So I don't know. I don't know. Because, like, yes, it's very obvious that, Rika here is yet another one of Bernkastel's self-inserts. There's a reason why Furude Rika and Furudo Erika both sound a lot like the name Frederica. She's clearly another one of Bernkastel's self-inserts in the story. Interesting. I don't know, I think I'm thinking about it too much right now. We'll double back on that later, but just open. That's the thing. She's just openly, predicting the future, right? It's it's interesting. It's the same way she talked when she changed. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Even if Rika is like this, cornerstone of the village, as far as like maybe Keiichi's story goes, I don't know. I'm trying to think too much about whether like Rika is someone I should actually like really think about when it comes to, like, the overall mystery of the story. But also you kind of have to like really pay attention to the things she says, because clearly she knows a lot more about what is happening, as she is a self-insert of someone else outside of all of this. Well, that's also a thing I don't know for sure, right? We don't know, because we do know from Umineko that Bernkastel was like locked in her own time loop for an amount of time that did damage to her, as was Lambda Delta, which a lot of people believe maybe Satoko. That's why they're such close friends, right? And the time loop broke them in different ways, so maybe like Rika and Satoko are them before what we see then, and they don't actually exist as the people yet, and they're not, I don't know. I guess this is what I get for reading essentially the sequel before the first story. Right, because technically Umineko is something that follows this story. It is not something you should be using to think about the actual mystery of this story. I don't know, just having that frame of reference just always makes me want to think. While I struggled to find the words to reply to her, she wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. Not in a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Passing through a copse of pine trees, a strong, cool breeze ruffled my hair. There, from that one evening, was the splendid observation platform the girl had shown me. As it had grown completely dark, the modest lights littered across the nightscape were providing a different type of scenery.
こうして眺めると、この村ものどかそうに見えますのです。
She said that with an indifferent look on her face.
君は先日、この村は絶対にダムに沈むことはないと。
She didn't
そう
reply,
断言したね。
seemingly relishing in the feeling of the wind blowing through her hair.
あれは、あの時点でもう。
She spun around, her gaze meeting mine, but she said nothing. She spoke nothing that would neither confirm nor deny what I had just said.
多分、今回の事件は、本庁上層部は、多分、大臣のスキャンダルが公になって。
さもないと、孫を殺すぞと脅したに違いない。
で、大臣との交渉が成功し、
孫を助けたのは。
どうだろう。発端となったあの財布の発見、あれ自体がすでにできすぎだったように思う。
Mm-hmm. Ever since the moment that wallet was discovered, I felt something was odd. Oishi said it as well, that the Sonozaki family had given the order to release the hostage, meaning that our little manhunt was a farce to begin with. Come to think of it, I was punched, kicked, and had a gun pointed at me. Felt like they put up quite a fight, but that might have been all part of a good performance. I don't know. Once the negotiations were successful, they couldn't just say, "Here you go," and return the minister's grandson right to his doorstep. I suppose they knew that public safety had realized that this was a kidnapping case and were moving in on it. That's why, due to the actions of public safety, the grandson was able to be rescued safely. So the minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. That type of performance was necessary.
僕には難しいことはよくわかりません。
同感だな。私にだって難しいことはよくわからない。だが一つ確実なことがある。君が言ったと、この村はダム計画なんてそのうちなくなってしまうってことさ。
That wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying, but I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. The village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble, but that was because they were protecting their homes. If someone just decided by themselves that I had to leave the house I was used to living in, I would resent them as well. On top of that, it wasn't a place like mine where I just happened to be renting it, but a place that their families had lived for generations. It might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. I might not really be qualified to criticize politics or bureaucracy, but deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind.
でもよかったじゃないか。
どうしてですか？
少なくともこれでこの村に平和が戻るよ。
Will it? And she's gonna say some shit like, "I don't know about that. In fact, I think peace has left this village," or something along those lines. Even though the minister promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it would be completely scrapped. At the very least, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. For the villagers to officially hear that the village wasn't going to be submerged at the bottom of a dam was still a ways away. But it was no mistake that the promise of peace returning to the village was there. It turned out, from beginning to end, that it had already all been decided. Just as the girl had said, it was decided. There wasn't really a need for me to come here in the first place. There was absolutely no need for me to have come here and aggravate an unpleasant situation. If I never had come here then, the grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable manner.
平和がこの村に？
When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me, but her face remained indifferent, expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered.
これから毎年血生臭いことが起きるのに。
リカちゃん、何の話だい？
As the wind blew her hair about, the girl, as if taking pleasure in that I was the only one who didn't know, continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while.
私ね、あと何年かすると殺されるの。
So is that also one of the guarantees? Because that didn't... At least that I know of, that didn't happen in Chapter 1. In Chapter 2, she does get murked. In Chapter 3, she does get murked. Let me try recalling Chapter 1. Yeah, because outside of Tomitake and Takano, I don't think any of our main well, other than Mion and Reina in Keiichi's room after everything hits the fan, right? It's never something that we saw on screen anyway, or that was said in text. I don't think. But just because we didn't see it happen doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? Because that's the thing, that day, we don't actually see Rika, we don't actually ever see Rika the day that Lorena and Mion try to kill Keiichi in Chapter 1. So I suppose it's possible that something does happen. And it would make sense if she's sitting here as like this self-insert character who isn't truly a part of the mystery, that she herself would have to die at some point in any of these stories. Huh? Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression that had been cast in shadow was smiling, amused, or resigned.
リカちゃんがどうして？
とても不愉快なことだけど、それも多分決まってることなの。
決まっているって。
それを私も知りたいの。
Turning back to face me, she showed me a resolute expression for the first time. After staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before she spoke her next words.
ここは人の命を何とも思わない連中でこれを伝えても何も変わらないかもしれないけど、でも死という月を映す水面をかき消すためなら小石を投じることもあるかもしれない。
Sometimes you gotta cause a little disruption, is what you're saying. I had no idea what she was trying to say. It's just, I had to listen to every word with my body and soul, or at least that's what I thought. Same.
来年の今日、そう。昭和54年のダム現場の監督が殺されます。
Right. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. By the foreman, she mean that gruff old man I played mahjong with?
殺されるって。どうして？
She didn't answer, but she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared that the dam project would go away. That wasn't the face of somebody making a forecast or a prediction. It was something that was already decided. No. It was as if she was already reporting the results. That sort of expression.
恐ろしい殺され方をした後、その翌年の聡子の両親が突き落とされて死にます。
Satoko? Who the fuck is Satoko? It was the first time I heard that name, but I didn't have the courage to interrupt the girl's story.
あるいは不幸な事故。
The girl smiled faintly, but she wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile along with the lifeless look in her eyes.
そして私の両親が、そしてさらに翌年の聡子の意地悪おばが、そしてさらに翌年の、あるいはその数日後か、私が殺されます。
So what, in chapter 1, was Keiichi killed in place of Rika? Because in chapters 2 and 3, Keiichi himself doesn't die as a result of, the Watanagashi. Like in chapter 3, he does die eventually, but it's like years later, or months? I don't know, it's definitely a significant amount of time after the fact. But in both those chapters where Keiichi doesn't die, at least, as a result of the main story, Rika does. Interesting. Interesting. Damn, got your boy thinking over here. That is something interesting to point out. Rika says she's the one to die in 83. Now granted, in chapter 1, we never saw her die or had any notion that she did. And the only one we did know was Keiichi. But Rika still could have died. But if she didn't, that would mean she lived and Keiichi didn't, but the times where Keiichi does live, she dies. That's outright hard confirmed in chapter 2 and 3. That Rika does for sure die. Okay.
すべての死が予定中、最後の死もまた予定のうちなのでしょうか。でもならばこれは一体 誰の予定なの？
This village is full of murderers and people who have no regard for human life. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths up to 82 would be the work of somebody in the village. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths that would occur were at the discretion of those who control the village. That didn't explain what would happen in 83. There was no way that the last death would fit in with anybody's plans. They had no regard for human life. They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals, but their goals were at odds with the last death. That's why the last death was unrelated to them. But that last death would definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen. So Rika is supposed to die on the 5th year. Supposed to. Did Keiichi then interrupt that in chapter 1? Was it supposed to be Mion or Reina who kills her, but because Keiichi, bashed their brains in his room, it inadvertently saved her? Because he was on the offensive first? Maybe. So, she's saying that the first 4 years are all carried out by the same person. Right? They're all preordained, they're meant to happen. It's the 5th year that, like, a wrench is thrown into the plans, right? The last death is unrelated. Or they're saying that because of the last death, this theory isn't foolproof, right? Probably, definitely, I dare say. The last death would be a merciful one. A handkerchief or something being placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness, never to wake again. Exactly whose plan was that?
私は幸せに生きたい。望みはそれだけ。大好きな友人たちに囲まれて、それだけなの。それ以上の何も望んでいないの。
リカちゃん。
死にたくない。
The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip in the end. Eventually, we were discovered by some drunks. The girl, as well as I, were dragged back to the festivities. As well as you? Everyone was completely drunk, so even when they saw my head completely wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. Well, certainly if I was in good enough condition to slip out of the hospital, it must not be that serious. Well, the girl was mingling with everybody, being pampered like a kitten. Her expression was adorable, nothing like the one from just before, predicting her own death and whispering that she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it was hard to believe that these people were the core of an extremist resistance group. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered, so the 20-some-odd folk here should have included some of the village executives and other important members. Among those, there was no doubt that there were members that were at the Sonozaki Family Council in attendance. Meaning, even if we never met face-to-face before, there were people here who knew my identity. Even in a small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here. That's why, without even saying anything, it soon became obvious that I was an outsider. But they actually seemed interested by that, asking me all sorts of questions about Tokyo, drinking while musing on the faint relationship the city had with the villagers and empathizing with the rather meager environment. The confidential talks with the minister were finished, his grandson was in police custody, everything was over. I might not have to be put in another perilous situation. To me, they were only my adversaries because of my job. Outside of that, there was no reason I couldn't be friendly with them. Next time I visited this village, would it return to being a tranquil and beautiful place? If that happened, I might not be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup was once again filled to the brim with beer. By the time I was able to get away, it was the middle of the night. The girl had at some point disappeared. Seems that her parents had told her to go home and sleep when she let out a large yawn. The old folks, who had absolutely no remorse for making an injured person hang out with them, told me as much as they laughed. I was just there drinking, so I thought I'd to help a bit with cleanup. However, my help was refused on the grounds that I was a guest. On top of that, they had a car prepared to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot of the hospital. The front door of the hospital was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered around bewilderedly, searching for a back entrance, till somebody on night duty found out and let me inside.
んな時間までどちら入江先生も。
ご迷惑をかけ、神社でお祭りの人たちに。
ああ、そういえば今日は神社で町会の人たちが集まってんの。それは傷は大丈夫ですか。
ちょっと多分アルコールのせいだ。
そうだ、お連れの刑事さんが連絡が。
大石さんを待たせてたんだった。
He glanced at the clock. Mary looked at it. It was way too late to call him now. I'll apologize to him tomorrow over the phone. Oh yeah, now it's okay to be like, it's too late to make a phone call. I returned back to my hospital room, slipped into the bed that was still unmade from the time I went outside. Oh, that's no good. I have to turn off the lights. My weariness had cut the cord powering my body, lulling me into a deep sleep. I'm very interested to see how this all comes to a close, because obviously at some point we have to cut back to Akasaka's present day, right? Mother's Diary Part 1, 2, and 3, huh? Interesting. But that's the thing, eventually we have to come back to the present day, right? There's got to be an epilogue to this where we come back to the present day, because, like, that's how the story started. He was like, it's been years since I've seen Oishi, but I have to he had, like, something urgent he needed to talk to him about. Maybe not urgent, but something important. He was meeting Oishi for the first time in a long time, and he had to discuss something with him, right? So, like, that's got to come into play. Like, we got to have this final interaction with them. I'm very curious what that's going to be like. Like, what does Akasaka find out? What does he discover? What does he know? But also, because, like, at this point, I kind of, like, things are going to end well for Akasaka and Hinamizawa, right? We know he survives into the present day, so we know that, like, right now, he's got nothing to worry about. He's going to eventually go back home. His child's going to be born. He's going to spend time with his kid. 7 years from now, I believe, he's going to come back and, like, he's going to have some questions. He's going to want some answers. Very curious to see where that leads us. The Mother's Diary. What's written in the Mother's Diary? There was something I didn't like about my child. I first realized it when I started writing these down. They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. If they're unable to feel loved even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to, then those parents are failures. It wasn't something like that, though. How can I say it? It's rather hard to express with mere words. I just want my child to be average. As long as they weren't falling behind, there wasn't any need for them to excel at something. As long as they acted appropriately for their age, I would have been fine with it. My child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in her class were running around in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the other kids broke the equipment for the athletics festival and were apologizing fervently, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat a delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that if the aforementioned situations happened again, they'd now act in a manner befitting their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. Why were they indifferent about that field trip but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that picture book but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that bento but happy about this one? The former and the latter in each situation seemed exactly the same to me. There was even times when I thought the former one was better. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing. I would always respond that I don't understand my own child, and we would mope together. My husband, always the optimist, once again said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's, so if there were some things we didn't understand, we shouldn't worry about it. I lament his lack of urgency. One day when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu that my child would enjoy, but she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. The attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. Yeesh. On a day when the weather was nice, the laundry I had just hung up to dry was blown by a large gust of wind, causing the entire line to fall down. But she, watching me try to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there laughing. The attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. Yikes. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. I regret the fact that I've been a bad mother. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back little by little with some light interactions. Seeing her do some sort of craft work on the veranda, I called out to her.
ここ数日、気持ちのいい晴れの日が続いて、気分がいいわね。
And of course it was Rika's mom. I kind of figured that's who they were talking about. Man, Makes me feel bad. The child, that indifferent look on her face I hated so much, looked up at me for a moment, then without a word returned to immersing herself in her craft work. Yeah, good. Fuck you. God knows, I would fucking... Yeah, no, just... Oh, let me show some interest in your fucking hobbies now that I've fucking hit you. Like, no, fuck you. Up until now, I would have hit her on the head just for that. I held myself back. Yeah, it's almost like that's the reason why she does it, bitch.
何を作ってるの？お人形てるてる坊主。
The child was using inserts from the newspaper to definitely make some weather charms. Forecasts hadn't called for rain, but that child, in her own way, was praying that these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Bringing out a ball of yarn, I began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the house.
ダメ。頭が重すぎるから逆さてるてる坊主になっちゃった。これじゃ晴れじゃなくて雨になっちゃうわよ。
When I started to take them down, my child tugged at the hem of my shirt as if to stop me.
逆さになるように作ったのだから。でもリカ、てるてる坊主が逆さじゃ晴れのおまじないにならないわよ。雨が降るようにおまじないをしているから。それでいいの。
I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside of me. I was trying desperately to understand my child. Like, she just wants her sunny days to go on. No, I want the rain, you little fuck.
そっか。お庭の朝顔が晴れ続きで元気がなくなっちゃったから雨が欲しいのね。
The child turned to me with the expression that I hated the most.
晴れにね。飽きたの。
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. That feels like a pretty normal statement from a kid to me. Yeah, I got bored of all the clear weather. Like I want something different. That's totally something a kid would say. I just can't understand that child. Damn, I didn't realize Rika's mom sucked shit like that. I don't want to read the rest of your diaries. You suck. During the family council, she buried herself under Oreo-san's futon again. Oreo-san dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter whatever insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child is a kitten or something. Oreo dotes on her exactly like you would with a kitten. As her mother, I chided her for doing that. Until Oreo-san had said 3 times that it was fine, I chided her as a formality. Of course, she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Oreo-san's standing was far above mine, she behaves like that. I don't like that cunning that's unbefitting of her age either. In any case, not only Oreo-san, but the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day I was surprised. By chance, on the way back from some shopping, I saw her by herself just outside a candy shop. My own child suddenly grabbed a snack, opened the package right there, and then started eating it. She didn't make any attempt to pay for it, and she didn't even think of looking around. Didn't even feel like she was shoplifting, more like she was brazenly eating snacks that was offered to her. When I began to admonish my child, the elderly shop owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave the ridiculous excuse that he said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks out by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for the snacks that my child had eaten, the owner refused my money. During that exchange, more old folks had suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people all put their hands together reverently in front of my child and repeatedly voiced their respects. I was born into the Huride family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated specially. When I was still young, it was something I heard often from my grandmother. If by chance the child that I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of a Yashiro-sama. All the older folk believe she's a living incarnation of a Yashiro-sama and spoil her rotten. Not only did they spoil her, but they even told her she was the living incarnation of a Yashiro-sama, and that she had a divine power and threw all sorts of strange folk tales her way. So she may have begun to believe herself that she was a special existence. I went around and told everybody that wasn't good for her upbringing, so to stop telling her all these strange things, there was no uprooting the elderly people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen to them, but it ended up being that she stopped listening to me. Between all the old folks in the village who would dote on her and myself who only scolded her, there was no wonder who she would listen to. There was no mistaking that the reason she had become strange was because of the elderly villagers. There was no doubt that they had shoved her full of strange folk tales and superstitions since she was young. If it wasn't for that, there was no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. Child is cute, and fuck being normal. Yo, I kinda see why you ended up getting sacrificed then. No wonder they saw you as a fucking enemy. Good God. One Sunday parent-teacher day, there was a cooking class. My child was making curry rice with a practiced hand. While the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives, that child was wielding hers deftly. The teacher approached me with a smile on her face, saying it must be a result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a vague smile and a nod in response. That was because I had never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Even then, she was peeling vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them into the pot in order of which took longer to cook. For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together, happy at their child's actions. But in my case, it was different. There was no mistaking that somebody had taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I quietly fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked, it seemed she could also sew and do the laundry. I'd never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it around the house, be it cooking or sewing or the laundry. Again, that was probably because the elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I wasn't looking. Not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her up as the living incarnation of a Yashiro-sama. I said as much to my husband, suggesting that we should keep our child away from the elderly folk. But my husband, who was in the position of being the head priest of the Hurure shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. Yeah, also, he's the one that's married in, so, like, his word's not going to carry a lot of weight, you know? He took the rather uncommitted stance of saying that as long as she was being doted upon, wasn't it fine? I argued against that she was our child and should be a completely normal girl. That was what the elderly were expecting, that she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama was simply odd. The elderly villagers believed that child has divine powers. We would discuss the weather for the following day, but there were many times when I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Rather than having clairvoyance, I was just second-hand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things that she knew that she should have known were just a result of people who were trying to indoctrinate her and the people who were gossiping getting together in the village. However, there certainly were days when everybody thought it was going to be sunny all day, and that child would certainly not go out without an umbrella. It would occasionally rain, and in the end we would be saved. There might also have been times where Rika knew of major accidents in foreign countries faster than the news did. I thought that she must have heard it break over the radio or something, knowing things she shouldn't have. Something like that. It was in front of me right now, wasn't it? That child was making curry rice, and there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her how to. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Somebody had taught her, indoctrinated her. When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody had indoctrinated Rika with something.
フルデさんのカレーは大変見事です。先生、ニパー。フルデさんはお料理を誰に習いましたか？はい、
お家なのですよ。
The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies. All lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the person who had completely indoctrinated my child? She was my normal average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Like, on one hand, I kind of get it. But I feel like that's such a small thing to get upset about. A lot of the other stuff, like, I kind of understand, but it's like, they taught my child how to cook, the bastards. I get that's just like the boiling point for all the other shit leading up to that point, but still, that's kind of fucking goofy. It was an
そ
accident.
れは誰もが忘れそうなほど地方の小さな村の出来事。悲劇は幕を閉じ、その傷跡も消え去ろうとしていたある日、青年はかつて出会った少女に思いを馳せる。あの日聞けなかった言葉、あの日果たせなかった約束、その後悔と慟哭が閉じられたままだった運命を開く一つの光となった。暇つぶし。運命は幸せだけじゃない。でも不幸を望む人なんて誰もいない。
Okay, now we come back to the present day. Here we go. Now I'm here.
パパってば。
ああ。
大丈夫？怖い夢でも見たの？
Miki was sitting next to me. I quickly patted her head after hearing her say that. Must have had a bad dream while sleeping in the cabin. I was sweating profusely.
いや、ちょっと暑かったかな。
I tried to wipe away the sweat while answering and looked around for a handkerchief or towel. And then a cold drop ran down my forehead. Yuki turned to me and smiled, then wiped my face with the towel she received at takeoff.
ありがとう、Yuki.
Thanks to her, I was finally able to shake off my slumber, so I got up from the aisle seat and looked out the window. I wrapped my arms around Miyuki in the window seat and listened to the noise as the land and sea blew past us before our eyes. You brought your kid with you to see Oishi? And then the plane gently turned before entering the airport runway. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around looking for Oishi, and was met with a familiar gruff voice calling out to me.
Akasaka-san! 何年ぶりでしょう。ご無沙汰しておりますね。
大石さん、本当にお久しぶりです。
Oishi clapped his hand down on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion.
赤坂さんもだいぶいい顔つきになりましたね。最前線の捜査官らしいいい顔。
大石さんはだいぶスマートになりま背筋も良くなったような。これも社交ダンスのおかげですか。
赤坂さんもね。そしたらきっとモテます。モテモテ。
Oishi had retired, moved to Sapporo, and of all things, had started taking ballroom dancing lessons. He'd apparently gotten really into it, and had decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to that hobby. He was aiming to get his instructor's qualifications before he hit 80, live out his old age dandily.
おや、そちらがひょっとして？
Oishi suddenly turned his attention to Miyuki, who was standing idly next to me. He bent down on his knee to look her in the face. However, my daughter was frightened and hid behind my back.
ほら、みゆき、ちゃんとご挨拶しなさい。
She was staring at Oishi with a dubious expression while tugging at the hem of my shirt. She's usually not this shy. I wonder what's wrong.
すみません。いつもはこうじゃないんですが。
いいんです。おじさん顔が怖いからな。よかったら。
赤坂みゆき7歳です。こんにちはです。
いいお返事です。さすがは赤坂さんの娘さんですよな。
Oishi gently stroked Miyuki's head and smiled as though she were his own grandchild. After finally seeing that, Miyuki smiled in relief. Shortly afterwards, Miyuki told me that she was just doing what I had told her to do, be careful around strangers. Oishi overheard that and let out a hearty wah-ha-ha, shaking his body while laughing and walking. I let myself into Oishi's car and we headed out towards the hot spring inn. I had originally intended to crash at Oishi's place. Oishi was quite obstinate that his home wasn't suitable for that, so it came to this. At the end, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs, then ate a delicious feast until we were full. Miyuki had a little of the Mongolian barbecue and was delighted with it. After our bellies were swollen, Miyuki grew sleepy and went off to bed. Then Oishi and I reminisced about the time we played mahjong together in Hinamizawa. Seeing that to celebrate our reunion, Oishi had looked for people who could play. Unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we excitedly recounted our exploits during the final manhunt.
結局、あの犯人の2人は捕まったんですか？
いいえ、結局山狩りでも見つけられませんでした。多分村にかくまわれてから海外か遠方でほとぼりを冷ましてるんじゃないかと思いますね。
大石さんは確か犯人の銃の一丁を奪い、あれからは
海外の軍用拳銃でした。関西系の暴力団組織が大量に密輸したうちの一丁でしょうな。戦場痕を調べましたが、他の事件とのつながりは何も出ませんでした。そっちでは？
私はあの後しばらく現場、結局全部闇の中ってことで決着したようです。
She smiled wryly as he sipped his chilled drink.
あの後は大変でした。今年で7年ですか。
ええ、先日7回忌の法要がありました。
Yeah, I was kind of suspecting that when he's like did this big trip and he has his daughter with him, like the wife ended up dying at some point, didn't she?
義父とも最近は疎遠でして、準備でいろいろ苦労しました。
それはお疲れ様でした。
It was then that the hostess brought the extra drinks that we had ordered before. While the bottles of beer clanked as she brought them in, we halted our conversation. The way she meant was that it must have been tough. Thinking about that was still hard, but time had healed the wound. It was the day after. Oh, did she die during childbirth? When I phoned Oishi to apologize, when I did, Oishi almost immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl with the suspects, but I disappeared to drink late into the night without leaving any sort of contact information, so I thought he'd definitely be mad. However, all I said was that it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, that I should come to the station as soon as possible. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's what Rika meant when she said it was too late, didn't she? He kept thinking, yeah, I know, visiting hours are over. No, it was too late. Fuck. At the time, I could only think that he must have been really pissed off. But when I arrived at the station, he said this.
君の奥さんが事故に遭ったらしい。
Oh, an accident. Having no idea what happened, I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yukie was staying at. After given the runaround several times, I was finally able to talk to someone in charge. After mincing words for quite some time, they told me.
赤坂幸恵様が事故でお亡くなりになりました。
The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. Yukie's death was unbelievably abrupt, unbelievably sudden. Could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth, but Yukie's death wasn't anything like that. Oh, shit. On the stairs on the way up to the roof, she just happened to slip and fall. And she just happened to fall on an unfortunate place at an unfortunate angle. That was it. Wanting to blame Yukie's death on somebody, I began to think that was an act of revenge by the Guardians. That they killed my wife made it look like an accident. See, that's what I was starting to think, like, when he said it wasn't a thing of the childbirth, but like, no, that just... What I learned when I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. Yukie had a habit of going up to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Even late in her pregnancy, when the evening came, she'd always head up there. Her father had always said for her not to push herself. But Yukie insisted that until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed, she should be allowed to do as she wished. However, I'd never once seen Yukie go up to the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited her, she would spend that time with me instead. I heard the reason why Yukie went up to the roof from a nurse she had become friendly with. She had said that her husband was away on business a lot of the time, that whenever he called, she was able to cheer him up and give him courage. When he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Oh, fuck. That's devastating. So, like, he had no idea why his phone call was so important, but it genuinely was something so important. If he had actually been able to call, Rika, what did you know? Rika? Because it's heavily implied that Rika cut the phone lines, right? But then she said it's too late. There's a whole thing about, like, it's too late. It's too late. Meaning, like, she knew. Like, obviously, Rika was able to predict all this shit she knows, right? So she would have known that the wife was already dead. She would have known it was going to happen. So why? So why? Rika, what the fuck? What the actual shit? That's... So the phone lines weren't cut to keep... The phone lines were cut by Rika to ensure that his wife dies. Not to do anything specifically to Akasaka directly, but to ensure that his wife dies. God damn. Her husband might put on a show of bravado, but in reality he grew lonesome pathetically fast. She was probably just the same. Whenever he left on business, not clear when he'd be back, she felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why, whenever he went far away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call, at the very least, she felt that standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. At that moment, I remember the words that girl had told me. That it was best that I go back to Tokyo right away. Fuck. She wasn't saying that for his own safety. Because she knew that he would survive no matter what. Oh, that's so fucked. If you would have gone back and been there, actually been there, she would have survived into the birth process, right? She would have survived until she started labor. But Rika was able to see, so Rika actually did try to help him. And that's why she looked so sad whenever he would bring up cutting the phone lines. She cut the phone lines because she knew if he actually got to call the hospital, he might learn the truth before the end of the night, which would have severely fucked with his mental, right? And it's almost like she wanted to give him like one good night before she knew what would, before he had to face that news, right? So it was less about, worrying about his mental condition, but more about like, she already knew it was too late. Even if the accident hadn't happened yet, she knew it was too late. That he wasn't already in Tokyo by the time all this went down, so it was too late. So instead, she cut the phone lines, waited for him at the, phone booth on the outskirts of town, and led him to the festival so that he could have one good night, just kind of let his guard down, and just have a good time before he had to deal with all the stress and trauma and pain and sadness and all of the shit that would come with learning the news the next day. So it was more so an act of like kindness more than anything, because she knew eventually he would learn what would happen. Eventually we'd have to face that. But because, he had already made his choice and fate was already set in stone, she wanted to give him that one good night before. Oh, damn. Rika, my goat. Rika, my goat. Otherwise, there would be something I'd regret horribly. Yep. And obviously, from the reader's perspective, we're thinking like she's threatening him specifically. But now that we know she has like this, she has like these, I don't know, premonitions, or maybe she's able to see into the future, whatever it is. She's like able to predict shit, right? And that's kind of what like the Mother's Diaries helped enforce to us. Is like, it wasn't even regarding like the Watanagashi festival. She was able to like straight up predict shit when things would happen, right? The weather forecast would say it was sunny all day, and she would still insist on bringing an umbrella. Shit like that. She actually has like valid predictions. But because we're so used to the mysteries up to this point, the last 3 chapters, we expected it would be something along those lines. But she was actually trying to warn him that if he didn't go back to Tokyo, his wife would die. Fuck, dude. That's fucking nuts. See, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about like an ending that just totally flips shit and just fucking goddamn. Fuck. That's insane. Yes. That's it. Because I was away on business that day, Yukie headed up to the roof. Had I known that this would have been the result, had I done as the girl had said and dropped everything to head back to Tokyo, I might have been with Yukie on the day she died. If I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of the 3rd day of my trip. Yes. It was right before the time I had the sudden urge to hear Yukie's voice and ran around the village to find a phone. Oh, right before? Okay. I see. And that's why all the phone lines were freshly cut. Because I'm guessing Rika would have known the exact time it would have happened. And that's why she planned out the whole thing. And honestly, maybe she even spoke to the tobacco shop owner, right? Because obviously she's in good with all the villagers. And obviously, especially the elderly. Remember, the tobacco shop owner was an elderly woman. So, like, when an elderly woman hears from Rika, hey, some guy is going to come here looking for a phone, lead him to this one outside of the village. Tell him to go to that one. And that's where she waits for him, so she can lead him back to the festival. Damn. 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 The girl had gone around and cut all the phone cords. If she hadn't, and I had made that call, I would have undoubtedly learned of Yuki's death that time and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the cords were cut, it only put me off learning of Yuki's death by that one evening. In the end, I had learned of it the next morning. However, when I managed to put my emotions in order, I realized it was that girl's small token of consideration. Yup.
そんな話は
私も初めて話します。
偶然では超能力じゃあるまいし。
大石さんは教えてくれましたよ。あの子はお社様という神様の生まれ変わりではないかと。
ねえ、まあ村の年寄りどもはフルで理科に神通力があると信じてるようでしたがね。
神通力?
Oh, she had originally said it was a kind of joke, but realizing that I was serious, he slumped his shoulders.
まあ嘘か本当か知りませんがね、未来のことを予言してみせたり、知らないはずのことを話し、千里眼だの天の啓示だの、まあいろいろです。もちろん具体的な実例は
雪絵の事故を予言してみせました。
Oh, she tried to laugh it off, but out of respect to my deceased wife, he kept it restrained.
現職の警視庁の敏腕捜査官が神通力やらたたりやらを信じるわけで。
Having him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course, I had no intention of believing such odd things, but he could only say that because he didn't know what I did. Since I met that other girl, who both was and wasn't Rika Furude, couldn't deny the existence of any otherworldly entity.
予知でなく予告の可能性ももちろん否定できません。
Not prescience, but a warning. What if that girl has said was a warning about Yuki's accident, that things became much easier to understand? Basically, the line of thinking became that it was a threat, because I didn't go back to Tokyo, my wife was killed in a way that made it look like an accident.
奥さんの事故の検証に
もちろん謀殺の可能性も疑いました。現場検証の書類は全て目を通しましたし、私が独自に調査もしました。
There were any witnesses to Yuki's fall, and that's the thing, it very well could have been foul play. Rika still could have known about it. Right? That's the thing, her prediction might have just been from sitting in on one of those meetings and they said, if that, Fed doesn't watch his shit, take his wife out. And that's when she gives the initial warning of like, go back to Tokyo, get out of here, or you will regret it. And then once, the damage is done, that's when she probably already knows, like, it was probably after the whole interaction with rescuing the kid, right? At that point, she realizes he's crossed a line that is going to upset the higher powers. So she cuts the phone lines and tries to give him one last good night before they goddamn. So it's probably not even like some divine power, but like just, knowing shit. Essentially kind of what like her mother was saying in the diaries. She wasn't clairvoyant, she just knew things that others didn't. That she knew things that the masses weren't privy to, and it made her seem clairvoyant. Though there were some cases. There was the possibility that somebody had hidden, waiting to push Yuki down the stairs. However, the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I was unable to find anything suspicious.
結局、独自の検証の結果でも、まあ確かに大臣の孫を誘拐して妊婦一人を階段から突き落として証拠を残さないなんて。
She's expression and completely sobered up.
奥さんは電柱に殺された。
When Yukie died, I thought that as well. More precisely, I wanted to blame somebody, so I created the most viable scapegoat. Without any clear evidence, that violent notion faded along with the wounds in my heart.
あの少女は私に妻の死を予告し、それとも妻の死を予言し、そのどちらかなのだとしたら。
She smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his bottle.
じゃあいいですよ。赤坂さんの言う通り。古手理香はなら、なぜあの大災害が予知できなかったんです？
Who's to say she didn't?
あんな恐ろしいガス災害が起こると知ってて、どうして黙っていたんです？ほんの数時間前でもいい。もし村に知らされていたら、ほとんどの人は死なずに済んだかもしれないじゃないですか。
Well, from the sound of it, from the conversation we had with Rika at at the festival, it seemed like she really did not like the people in the village. Seemed like she felt that there was people that they didn't care for, what was it? The life of a human. They didn't care for human life, right? It was phrased something like that. So, honestly, she could have known. I wouldn't be surprised if she did. And she just decided this village was so far gone with fucking, freaks and murderers. Fucking let it go. That wouldn't surprise me. Especially after they kill her parents, right? Even if she wasn't on great terms with her mom, right? Like, they kill her parents. And she knows, like, she's next, she's gonna be next up in the line to get murked, right? If she knows that these people have the full intention of killing her, fucking why bother saving them? If she knows her own life is forfeit, why bother saving the people who would go along with her death? It was near the end of June 1983. Volcanic gases from the Onagahuchi swamp erupted and hit the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. Ooh. 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 But wait. Maybe she tried. Well, no. Oh no, this is the list. It says 3/31/84, which would be much later than June of 83, but hold up. Because in chapter 3, which was when the gas eruption first happened, that we first knew about it, right? We found Rika dead before the day before it happened, right? Because it happened in the middle of the night, and that day prior, Keiichi and Satoko found her body dead in the offering box, right? So maybe she had tried. Or maybe that's why she was destined to die. Nah, there's something there. Maybe she did know about it, but she wasn't the only one who knew about it, right? And whoever else knew about it wanted it to happen. And they killed Rika in the process. Because that's the thing, yeah, Rika's death was not due to the gas. She was like fucking disemboweled and left to rot. Okay. Nah, that paints a different picture now. If someone in the village is under the impression that she genuinely has these clairvoyant powers, right? Well, that's the thing. And maybe they don't even know about the gas eruption. But maybe Rika comes saying this. Like, this is going to happen. And whoever it is like, doesn't want to believe it, right? Or they believe like, oh, you want to evacuate Hinamizawa? You mean like what they did with the dam project, right? And it goes like something along those lines. And they end up just killing her on the spot. Because like, oh, you want to abandon Hinamizawa, don't you? You were supposed to be the reincarnation of our great god. Now you want to abandon Hinamizawa like this? You want to curse us like this? No, we won't have it. If we kill you, I'm sure they had something like, if we kill you, it won't happen. I could absolutely believe it being something like that. Because that's the thing, I want to try to look past the supernatural of it, right? I want to try to look past that, and that's what it feels like. Rika had some reason to believe, right? For all I know, she was studying the fucking geology around Hinamizawa, whatever, and came to that conclusion and brought it up to someone and said, we need to evacuate the village. And they were just so offended that the last of the Furudes, right, the reincarnation of Yashiro-sama, would dare to say that Hinamizawa should be cleared out. Would dare to say such a thing after they fought for so long to make sure that Hinamizawa doesn't get submerged. They fought for so long for this, and now someone is coming to them saying, we need to evacuate the village. We need to clear out of here. We need to leave. I could 100% see that being the reason she got killed. Caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact over any reports of odd smells. And heard of the blockade on the Hinamizawa area being lifted, so it should still be cordoned off. It was my turn to be lost for response.
まあで、お社様の生まれ変わりである古出理香が殺されたので、村がお社様の怒りに触れて、それで沼から瘴気が湧き出して、村を死滅させたんじゃない。
If you want to look at it from the more supernatural aspect, that would make sense.
そういう話が確かに、Hinamizawa。
おいさん、今、殺されたとおっしゃ。
まあ、赤坂さんになら話しても問題ないか。
When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered that girl, and then found her name in the list of victims. That's why at the time I thought her own death she had predicted was due to the gas. It was after that I learned from the tabloids of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. And that string of mysterious deaths lined up exactly with what that girl had predicted, so I'd always thought to ask Oishi about it as he had been involved in the investigation. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion. Right now, Oishi had said, Rika Furude didn't die in the disaster, but was killed?
最後の年のたたりについて聞かせ。
私、退職したとはいえ、守秘義務がありますよ。
Come on, we're homies.
中井さん、すみません。お冷やで、ちょっとグレードの高い種類はお任せします。
いやいや、そういうつもりで言ったんじゃないんだけどな。
Oishi laughed loudly, not wholly unsatisfied, and stopped the hostess to tell her that the cheap booze was fine.
私も週刊誌で報道され、でも大災害の年のたたりは
例の大災害のせいで、最後の年のたたりについては何年か後に封鎖が解けたとしても村人のほとんどが死んでますし、数少ない生存者も親戚の元なんかに完全に迷宮入りです。
Oishi seemed to postulate it to himself as he stared at the ceiling, as if trying to work out a memory from the rusty cogs in his head. Then he said in a completely sober voice,
週刊誌なんかじゃ5年目のたたりが大災害だみたいな言い方をしても、本当の5年目のたたりはちゃんと綿流しの祭りの富武二郎っていう旅行写真家がいましてね、彼が犠牲に。
Oishi gestured about how the victim tore out his own throat with his fingernails as he talked.
で、その富武氏の恋仲の女性が岐阜の山中で焼死体に。岐阜県警さんがあんまり協力的じゃなかったもんで、
一夜にして犠牲者が2人も。
2人どころじゃ、その翌日、私の後輩の熊谷君が捜査中に車両ごと蒸発しましてね。
Kumagai was a younger detective that was going to be partnered with Oishi after we first met.
富武氏の事件捜査のために村に聞き込みなんかに回ってた。何かの事件に巻き込まれたのかもしれない。私と一緒だったなら無事だったかもしれないと思うと、あの日どういうわけか私、外回りは遠慮しちゃってたんですよ。
事件の真相に近づきすぎ
と思ってます。熊ちゃんは善と有望な若者だったけど、まだ現場経験が不足してた。トラブル慣れしてなかったんです。
Oishi lamented the fact that he wasn't with his subordinate that day.
で、彼のことは赤坂さんもご存知ですよね。ほら、入江先生です。覚えてます？
ああ、あの病院の若い先生ですね。 ぼんやりと覚えてます。
彼ですね。どういうわけか睡眠薬で遺書の類はなし。司法解剖の結果でも動機以外に不審な点はなし。
睡眠薬での死に見せかけるのは他殺の可能性は？
独身で離婚歴、特定の女性と付き合っていたという話も。少年野球チームの監督を務め、敵が見当たりませんね。まあそれを調べるにも今となっては彼の身辺を調べようもありませんが。
それで
その当日昼頃に神社フルで理科の死体を。
他殺？
ああ、話す前にそのイカそうめん食べちゃっといた方がいいですよ。
無体な死に方。
Oh, she nodded firmly.
死体は神社の境内賽銭箱の
Oh,
脇で
next
し
to
た。
the donation box. I thought it was in the donation
も
box.
っとも閉めたのは他の場所でしょうね。全裸で裸足。足の裏は汚れてませんでした。
愉快犯の犯行？
司法解剖の結果分かったのは、薬物で昏睡させられてから意図的に臓器を引きずり出して。
昏睡？では回復は死後ではなく？
うん。
なんて。
That girl's prediction was right on the mark. Pretty sure she was more detailed about the other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think she said that the housewife that was beaten to death on the 4th year had her head split open. In that case, did she know that her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as prophesied as the years passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then, facing the final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all too young life was snuffed out. And in such a cruel way. Knowing that her days were numbered, and unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart ached at her helplessness.
この死に方ですが、と言いますのはですね、ひなみ沢はかつて鬼が住んでたって話は以前もしましたよね。
そんな話も。
ひなみ沢村のお祭りの綿流しってのは、何でも人食い鬼たちが犠牲者をばらして内臓を川に捨てた。
つまりひなみ沢村においては内臓を引きずり出すことに宗教的な意味があったと。
Oh my god, I had totally forgotten about that. That's right. This is what was it? Takano who said something about that? Like, you realize ripping the cotton out of, I think it was when they were in the storehouse, right? And that was when she kind of like lore dropped about, you know, Misawa and whatnot. It's like Keiichi was like confused as to why, they were ripping cotton out of futons. You're like, you realize that's more of a metaphor of like ripping the innards out of something and tossing them away. I had completely forgotten about that. That's right.
で、人食い鬼と人間が仲良く暮らすための調停者としてお社様という神様が降臨している。
確かフルデリカはそのお社様の生まれ変わりだと言われてるんでしたね。
ねえ。ですからその荒人神であるフルデリカを
信仰へのそれはつまりお社様への冒涜。
あとは赤坂さんも知ってお社様のたたりが起こるのはその
ひなみ沢大災害。
The official explanation was that some swamp upstream erupted with toxic volcanic gas which enveloped the village.
発生した沼は鬼ヶ淵沼と言いまして、ひなみ沢村の旧名鬼ヶ淵村の名前の源となった沼です。村の言い伝えではこの沼の奥底は地獄につながってるそうで。
できすぎですね。
いや、村には伝承がありまして、お社様がお怒りになられると地獄の釜が開いて正気があふれ出す。
村人にとって地獄というのはつまりそこから正気があふれ出して村を襲うということ。
そう、つまりフルデリカ子とお社様の生まれ変わりが冒涜される殺され方をしたので、お社様がお怒りになってたたりとしてあの大災害を起こした、そういう話がまかり。
つまりあの大災害は
確かに話ができすぎてますからね。
I could see it. And see, that's what I was kind of suspecting, right? Like, someone had intentionally, like thought of a way to make this happen, right? I don't know how they did it, but like, they realized there was a way that if they agitated the swamp in a certain way, if they did something to it, it could cause this to happen. Which is why, like, if Rika learns this is happening, and maybe it's one of these higher up people, I don't know. But maybe she goes to someone trying to stop it, and that is why she ends up getting, murked the way she does.
お社様のたたりが実在せず、本当の偶発的事故でもないってんなら、そう疑いたくもなりますよね。
A wry smile formed on Oishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though, even if it were absurd, there was a time he had thought the same thing as well.
村の侵攻をめぐって狂信的な一派があったと仮定、彼らがお社様のお怒りがあるような状況を作り出し、
もちろん私も一度ならずともそう考えたことはあります。ですがひなみ沢村がいかに小さい村とはいえ、それを一夜にして抹殺するなんてどう考えても現実的じゃないです。
The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m., several hours before dawn. In that short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way that made it look like poison gas didn't seem feasible at all.
ガスの発生した沼もまた宗教的な意味がありましたよね。だとしたら沼に何か仕掛けがあって、
自衛隊の発表では沼が発生源だという調査チームとかが詳しく調べた上での、そんな仕掛けがあったら、
沼そのものに仕掛けがあるとは限りません。ほら、聞いたことありませんか？遠くの泉の水が枯れたら裏の泉も枯れたなんて。
なんですかそりゃ。
水源ってのは地下水脈等でつながっていることが多いんです。
And there is the bunker at the Sonozaki estate, right? And it has a lot of various tunnels and whatnot.
沼や泉はそれが地上に露出した部分に過ぎません。
つまり赤坂さんが言いたいのは、それに何らかの仕掛けをすると鬼ヶ淵沼の圧力とか水圧とかそういうものがいろいろ変わって毒ガスが噴出する仕掛けを、そういう話ですよね。
I don't know necessarily about the villagers, but like someone. Or she laughed heartily, commending the fact that the youngins have a nice flexible way of thinking. That was the former detective in him. Even though it was a hypothesis they didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind to not dismiss it right away.
面白い話です。それが立証できたら、日本の犯罪史始まって以来の空前規模の大量殺人ってことになりますよ。
ひなみ沢村の封鎖が解除されたら、大石さんは県警にはまだ影響力は？
そこそこには。柔道部の名誉顧問ですからね。今でも夏の合宿やなんかにはちょくちょく出かけてます。
ひなみ沢村の封鎖解除がいつになるかわかりませんが。
わかりました。
大石さんはこのひなみ沢村連続開始事件、
当時の署内は村人の圧力でぎゅうぎゅうでしてね。連続事件は存在しないというのが当時の公式見解でした。事件は個々でまたそれぞれに解決していると。
バカな。村の侵攻に基づいた連続事件であることは明白なのに。
赤坂さん、そりゃ5年も続いて派手な最後があった今だから言えることですよ。あの当時は偶然の事件が偶然にも綿流しの日に起こる。今年は起きないといいな、なんて感じだったんです。
偶然なものか。少女は初めから。
少女？
古出理香です。あの子は私にその後の事件を全て予告してみせました。
赤坂さん、そりゃ。
はい、あの子は言ったんです。翌年ダムの現場監督が殺さのみにとどまらず、その後に続く連続事件。
赤坂さんがその話を聞いたのは、
私が少女と出会ったのは誘拐事件調査の折です。
バラバラ殺人の前年に？
Wrinkles formed between Oishi's eyebrows as he closed his eyes and began to digest what I had just told him.
赤坂さん、古出理香が神通力で未来が分かった。
はい。
今さら私を驚かせるため。
私は連続開始事件は発生の前年にはもうすべてシナリオが用意されていた。そしてその予告の通り、私ははじめ大災害による死を指した。でも 彼女の死は災害ではなく、彼女は殺されると言い、彼女は自分の死を具体
ならフルでリカは仮にそういった彼女はそれを知り、かつ逃げ出すなり警察に相談するなりの時間はあったはずです。なぜ抗わずに。
わかりません。
フルでリカは村の年寄り、両親を失った後は親類もゼロで身寄りはなく、戦う力も頼れる人間も。
彼女は自分の死に対して、
村と警察が穏便な関係じゃなかったのは赤坂さんも知られるところだと思います。少なくとも私の耳にはフルでリカが自身の身柄の保護を求めてきたという情報はあり、あるいは自身が宗教的な生贄にされることに対し、そういうものがあったのかもしれませんね。
そんなはずはない。
I spoke decisively. Yep. That's right, because she herself even said, I don't want to die. At the time she said it, she had definitely said that she wanted to live happily, that she wanted to spend her time surrounded by her dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She had hoped to keep on living. Ah. At that moment, I became dumbstruck.
どうしました、赤坂さん。
I fell into silence. Oishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling that he wanted a pen and paper. When Oishi, noisy even though he was just thinking, left, the room immediately fell into a chilled silence. I stood up. It was then that I realized I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. When I slid open the window, a beautiful yet somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. It was just now that I realized. She hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living, happily and joyously. She had said that quite clearly to me, but I was a fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She made it clear as day that she didn't want to die. Wasn't that her cry for help? Fuck. She didn't say as much that she wanted help, but even given that, it wasn't as though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family, unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village, somebody from a faraway place. Me. Help me. She had gone around and cut the phone cords. If I had made that phone call and learned of Yukie's death, I probably would have fallen into despair. Oh my fucking god. Fuck. The fucking twist, dude. She knew that if he learned of his wife's death, he wouldn't fucking listen to her, that he wouldn't hear what she had to say. She cut the phone cords intentionally so that she could deliver her last, request to him. To tell him, all this shit was going to happen, right? And then she'd hope by the time, maybe the, second or third incidents happened that he would realize that, she was spot on. But of course he didn't even learn about any of it until the great disaster. He said that. It wasn't until after the disaster happened that, he learned from the tabloids about the curse. But she told him intentionally in the hopes that he would see what was happening and that he would step in to save her from it because she trusted him. Because she played his savior, so she was hoping that he would return the favor. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Goddamn. If I was in that state, even if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. That's why. Knowing everything, she had cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Oishi, just before now, had lamented that one of the younger officers got mixed up in a case, having been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. If only I was there in June of 1983, I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. While raising the only daughter Yukie had left me, putting all my youth and passion into my work, honing my wits and courage wrestling with different cases. Nothing like my failings during the kidnapping incident would have occurred. I wouldn't have been slow to react in a one-on-one fight, and by that point I jumped into foreign mafia-run gambling parlors where I learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I had grown so much that in 1983 I couldn't have been even compared to how I was in 1978. That's why, if I was by her side, I should have been able to save her life. No matter what conspiracy or foul plots drew near, I definitely would have protected her. She, even though sounding resigned, should have still been able to ask me for help. I just didn't realize it. I couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized it if I was told of Yukie's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I had taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yukie's accident. I would have been able to protect the girl to whom I owed a debt from even a predetermined death. She must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. Until I learned about that, I had forgotten about Hinamizawa. In order to recover from the shock of Yukie's death, I had tried to remove everything about the place from my memory. What an ungrateful fool I was. Even though in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me of a way to save Yukie, I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now here we were. She hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster. She was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs torn out. She must have known beforehand that on that day, on that year, she would be killed in such a terrifying way. But even knowing what end awaited her, she was all too weak. A lone girl, without anybody to rely upon, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death, and left this mortal coil. She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. She didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, it was the very basis of desires. She never said a peep about wanting money or that she wished she was in somebody else's situation. She had said it. That if all deaths were preordained, then hers was probably also all according to plan. She might have been a lone, frail girl, but I don't think she would have accepted it all without at least putting up a fight. There must have been, in some small way, some form of resistance that she mustered. And with what she could muster, seeking out my help was part of that. I howled. I stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I didn't save a single girl from the misfortune that was awaiting her? Was it because there was so much going on at the time I couldn't process the fact that she was asking for help? Yeah, that's right. I was still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have definitely been able to help her. But it was already all over. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Hinamizawa, as a dangerous area, was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were already dead, but the few that did remain spread around the country, unable to be traced. The stage of that tragedy was still off limits as well. The police investigation was put on hold, the case slowly being buried in the sands of time. Just like how I wouldn't have known unless Oishi had asked me about it.
Akasaka-san, 大丈夫ですか?
At some point, Oishi had returned with a notebook in hand. Then I saw the expression on Oishi's face and didn't realize that I was in tears.
私は少女の助けに。
赤坂さん、落ち着いてください。
でも少女はこんなにも無残な殺され、私は頼られたのに救えなかった。
村人と良好な関係を築かなかった私にも、フルでリカが私にそれを打ち明けてくれたなら、彼女が打ち明けに足る後悔しています。
When she said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yes, she had given me her trust. She had trusted me. You know, she thought I would have been able to ward off the fate of her foreseen death. She believed in that. I cried. I fell to my hands and knees as I began to bawl. Eventually, Oishi spoke quietly.
赤坂さん、悔しいですか? ならば、フルでリカの仇を取るに値する方法が一つだけあり。
そんな、あるんですか?
Oishi showed me the pen and notebook.
フルでリカの死を悼むためにも。死？そうです。大勢が死にました。彼らの無念は計り知れません。でも彼らの死はあの大災害でうやむやにされ、今は捜査すらされることなく、忘却の大勢死んだ。おやっさんも殺された。クマちゃんも消された。みんな犠牲になった。なのに警察は捜査もできないでいる。誰に無念が晴らせるのか。私たちだけなんですよ。赤坂さん。
私たちに。
明かせますよ。連続開始事件の全ての現場を踏み、村の裏事情に精通する私と、連続開始事件の前年にフルでリカから重要な真実を明かされたあなたとなら。
でも
そうです。フルでリカはあなたが青2歳だったから救え。
She grabbed me, who was a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels.
だからその償いとしてあなたの話が事実なら、全ての事件は計画ということになる。そうならば調べ方は全然変わってくるんですからね。私は今夜をかけて あなたと私の持つ全ての情報をノートにまとめ、あの事件を終わらせるものか絶対に暴いてやるんです。
暴く暴く。
ねえ、あれから数年が経過しましたが、捜査は中断であっても終了ではない。まだ続いているんです。続けさせるんです。
ええやりましょう。このまま終わらせたりなんかし、絶対私たちがこの真相を暴いてみせるんです。絶対に。
I demonstrated my resolve to Oishi by crying out those words. And just then,
パパ
the sliding door behind me opened, and Miyuki revealed herself while sleepily rubbing her eyes. My shouting must have awoken her, and she rushed over to me.
どうしたのパパ。
なんでもない。なんでもないよ、みゆき。
I tried hard to smile while wiping away my tears. And though Miyuki looked like she was about to cry herself, she extended her little hand to me.
大丈夫？また怖い夢を見たの？泣かないでパパ。
When she makes that gesture toward me, I saw the figure of another girl overlapping with her. And her innocent gaze and innocent expression felt frustratingly nostalgic, filling me with painful torment. A girl who couldn't be here because I didn't reach out to her. She borrowed my daughter's body to offer me words of comfort.
赤坂、
Motherfucker.
泣かないでくださいなのです。
It might be a hallucination, maybe a convenient illusion formed from my selfish dreams. However, that was her voice. I'm certain I heard it. Rather than blaming me for my mistake, she was compassionate.
ああ、泣くものか。泣くよりもまず私にはやるべき。みゆき、パパはね、お前が生まれる前にひなみ沢ってところだ。
天使？
ああ、可愛くて優しくて、みゆきにも会わせてあげたかったな。
Right. That's already an impossible wish. That future is already gone.
じゃあみゆき、その子とお友達になり。今度みゆきもひなみ沢に。
Even so, there's still something I can do.
ああ、いつか一緒に必ず。
Someday, I'm sure, we will see her again. That summer, the Higurashi cried in Hinamizawa. Oishi and I vowed to bring the truth to the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least wanting to apologize, had searched for her grave. After the state autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. In the future, when the quarantine on the Hinamizawa area was lifted, they would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure who exactly took the remains of Rika Purude, until today, couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa was lifted, all I could do then was wait until whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize to her. Instead, until I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas in the Hinamizawa area meant that the prospect of the quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. And that's probably being done on purpose. Most likely, it seems that she had no intention of meeting me again until I found the truth. That's why the quarantine wouldn't be lifted, or so I thought, until the day I grasped the truth. It was the following year. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the Great Hinamizawa disaster. I decided on the title, Higurashi, When They Cry. That was because for those few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound that I remembered the most was the cry of the Higurashi. I could only wish that based on this book, those people involved in that incident could refresh their memories and bring to light a new truth. And more importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote this in the afterword.
この惨劇がどうして起こされたのか、私たちだけでは真相に至ることが叶いません。どうかこれを読んだあなた、真相を解き明かしてください。それだけが私たちの願いです。
this year. The quarantine on Hinamizawa still hasn't been lifted. Damn. Damn. Oh, they're still an all-cast review. I kind of figured since this was like a shorter one that maybe and that it wasn't like, it was kind of like a bonus thing and there wouldn't be an all-cast review, but I guess. Fuck. Fucking A, that was awesome. That was such a great fucking chapter, especially for how short it was. It was just kind of like this short little side story more than anything. Fuck, that was so good. Fuck. Fuck. That was insanely good, dude. I love that. That was awesome. That fucking rules. Like, that has got me so excited to see how the back half of this story goes. Like, already, like, I wanted to see, like, the back half of the story, of course, but that, like, that shit has me just amped. Has me fucking hyped to see where the fuck the story goes. To see how things get uncovered. To learn more and more about, like, what's going on. To get some deeper, to get some answers, to laser in on things and see how they retroactively apply to, like, the things we know. Like, fuck. Like, already, like, as a reader, I was curious in the story, but, like, that chapter in specifically, like, it gives you, like, it gave the character of Akasaka, like, a purpose, right, to, like, figure out the truth. But, like, as someone who's seeing it from Akasaka's perspective, right, like, I feel that. It's like, now I got this, like, drive to know the truth. Now it's not just curiosity about a story. It's like there's a drive to learn it. There's a drive to know more. There's something pushing me forward. Fuck, that's awesome. Fuck, that rules. That kicks ass, dude. I love that. Unfortunately, I do have to wrap this one up here. I would love to do the Allcast review now and get it out of the way so I can just fully start Chapter 5 next time, but unfortunately, I am out of time. I do gotta wrap this one up here. But fuck. Dude. Nah, this added fuel to my engine, man. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. I love this chapter. This fucking rules. This rips. I can't wait to see what the back half of this story has in store for us. I'm so fucking excited. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to wrap this one up here for today. So thank you to anyone watching. It's all much appreciated. And hopefully I will see y'all in the next one. Till then, peace.